Good morning and welcome to the September 19th, 2023 Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call this meeting to order and begin with a moment of silence.
I have
Supervisor
one.
Crandall?
Yeah. So I want to offer a moment of silence to Kevin Mendez. He's a descendant of Robinson Rancheria Pomo Indians. He grew up on Old Robinson Rancheria, where he eventually graduated from Upper Lake High School. Kevin worked in the lumber mills in his early adulthood, and then also was a very avid fisherman. You'd always find him either at Blue Lakes or Clear Lake, and then eventually you'd find a nice picture of either his limit of trout or a giant bass or catfish. So he leaves behind his beloved children and grandchildren and will be greatly missed. We offer our condolences to his family.
Chairwoman Treppa, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda?
We do not.
Okay. Then we'll move through the approval of the consent. It looks like we are pulling 5-4 for a later date, 5-8 for discussion. Is that right?
I think we can open up for discussion, but I believe that it will be pulled for a later date.
Or just pulled for a later date? Okay, we'll do that.
But I just want to make sure with behavioral health, so let's pull it for discussion.
Sure.
But I think it needs to wait for a later date.
Okay, 5-12. It's pulled by Joan Moss. She's not here, but we'll pull it anyway. 5-19 for discussion today and 5-20 for today. Okay. Anything else? No? Anyone from the public have an item they wish to pull? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'm sorry. I don't know which item it is, but it has to do with the warming shelter.
Okay, this, it sounds like you you want to pull the warming shelter item?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's 510? That's for the emergency proclamation?
Yes.
Okay. Can you come up to just for the record, just give your name into the microphone and ask that you'd like the item pulled, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Vicki Jeffers. I stay at the warming shelter, and I have been very grateful to have a bed and a...
Okay, I just need you to say to pull it, and then we'll
Okay, pull item 510, please.
Yes, yes, and then we'll come back to it, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So any other items the public wishes to pull from the consent agenda? Not seeing any hands up. Okay, then now I will bring it back.
Who kept track of all that?
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.4, 5.8, 5.10, 512, 519, and 520.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Those consent items pass. Okay. We have 1 minute until our public input item, so we'll just pause for a moment.
Good morning, everybody. Tell me, sit right here.
Okay, it's 9:06. Our 9:06 item is 6.1, public input. Does anyone in the chambers wish to give public input? You can come up to, oh, yeah, right, Elaine Brown, got you. You can come up to the microphone and have 3 minutes.
Yes, I only have 3 minutes, so I would like to ask to be put on the agenda, the next agenda, if possible. And I'd like to cite 2 movies that kind of speak better than I do, and that is Gandhi. I will cite something in the brief message that I give, and also Ruby Bridges. People know who Gandhi is, but please watch the movie. It's very lengthy and it's very deep. Please watch Ruby Bridges. She's a little 6-year-old girl who in 1965 integrated the public schools in Louisiana, and she did it very bravely, and she did it with honor. And she did it in a way where both Gandhi and she were on the same page. So I really think they can express what I'd love to express better. I do want to speak on the homeless situation, and I do know that they're testing them to get into the homeless shelter, and that's something I'd like to address at the next meeting, what the testing is about, and also what his masking is about. Also, Lake Pillsbury, I did speak to a lady up in that area. Lake Pillsbury is in Lake County, I believe, and they're wanting to drain it. Now, I'd like to hear, I don't know, I haven't done research on that, but I'd like to hear all sides on that issue. But we do have animals that will die, fish, we'll have people that don't have water, and I don't know the particulars, but I would like to speak and know more and have people come to the table there. And on the masking issue, I'm hearing that that's coming back about. And just briefly, I want to say, you know, I wear this around my neck, and it's actually to be put on a table, or I could wear it as a scarf, or I could clean a toilet with it and then use bleach and get it as white as snow again. And I could put it on my mouth like this, and a child would never see the smile on my face, and you would not see a smile on my face. And I'd be breathing in my own exhaust, which is very poisoning to my own system. And I leave with this. Would you rather see this as a child, or would you rather see this as a child? Thank you.
Okay, with public comment, because it's not agendized, we can't have a discussion, but I can point you to a couple of places. With the Lake Pillsbury issue, you can speak with Supervisor Crandall. It is in his district. I can assure you there's a lot of work happening in that space. So maybe it's just a matter of getting up to speed on what's going on. The warming shelter, we have an emergency and it's been pulled, so we're gonna have a discussion on that later. But you can speak with either Supervisor Spatier or Green or behavioral health in the back. And then there has been talk about masking mandates coming back, lockdowns coming back. There's no conversation about that happening here locally at the state or at the federal level. So I just want to clear that up. There seems to be some misinformation out about that. Okay. Any other public input? We're going to be bringing that back. We pulled that off the consent, and so we can talk about it.
It's my first time here, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem. So when we get to that, I'll let you know, okay? All right, thank you. Any other public comment on items that are not on the agenda? Not seeing anyone else in the Zoom or in the chambers, and I'm looking in the Zoom room and not seeing anybody. Yes. Supervisor Green?
Just for clarity, the proc that got pulled is kind of limited in scope to the weather aspects of the shelter, and I assume possibly that some of the people wishing to comment may want to go outside the need of the weather. So
Okay,
I was
good point.
going to suggest if in fact our comments were going to go beyond the 4 corners of the emergency resolution as it pertains to the weather and the need for a shelter to discussions of operations at the shelter currently, public input might be the better way to do it.
Let me just read to you what 5.10 is. It's approve the continuation of the proclamation declaring a shelter crisis urgency due to the current need for sheltering for those experiencing homelessness during the weather and temperature patterns that Lake County has been experiencing. So if your comments fall within that, then we can speak then. If they are not within that, then you can give public comment now.
Okay, so if it's not, if due to the weather, I can talk now.
Well, it's a shelter crisis urgency due to the current need for sheltering those experiencing homelessness during the weather and temperature patterns that the county of Lake has been experiencing.
Well, we're here for February, this forum center, but not for the temperature.
Okay, then why don't you come up to, you can take turns coming up, and what you'll do is state your name, and you can have 3 minutes, but because this is public comment, it's not the time to have a dialogue back and forth.
Okay.
Okay, so come on up and give your statement.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Vanessa Grimley. I'm homeless. I was an addict. I still am an addict. If it wasn't for the homeless center, I would not be sober. I would not have a job. This is a documented signed letter by Nicole, who's the director. I can't pronounce her last name. But if it wasn't for her today, my restraining order against my mother would have been is now dropped. I can now see my daughter. I have a job. I'm sober. I need that place open. They've helped me. If it wasn't for me, I'd be dead. If it wasn't for them, I'd be dead. I'd probably OD'd already. Me and my dog have a place to lay our head at night, to park our car so I won't get towed. Now I can see my daughter. And I'm on the righteous path to sobriety. I need them, please. They've helped me so much since May. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Vicki Jeffers. I stay at the warming shelter. It has afforded me a place to lay my head at night with my dog. And I would really encourage anybody who has any questions about the shelter in any way to ask us people that stay there to find out what's really going on. And the staff there has been wonderful. They treat us like family. We all have issues. And I became homeless because of a natural disaster, and my insurance wouldn't pay for it. So I'm homeless at 65. And I never thought I would be in this position, but I don't want to sleep in my car anymore. And I want my dog when the new people take over. And I heard they're going to take over and put us out on Christmas Eve. And that really upsets me. Why Christmas Eve? It's hard enough for us. I'm trying to find a house. I've been looking. I saved money. Then my car got stolen. And it's just been crazy. But I'm happy. I really am mostly happy. But I want my dog, and I want the shelter. And I want anything bad that has been said about the staff that is currently there. You guys need to know they're good people. They have really gone the extra mile for us. And we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have anyone else?
I just feel I need to comment on that. There is conversations on what a transition might look like, but nothing has also been approved yet of the next iteration of the shelter. So to have heard that there's a rumor of December 25th, I would say is an absolutely false rumor, and that there is no facts attached to that. Until this board approves that contract, there's no setup or transition that can be put in stone. So there's the possibility of a transition around that timeline, but again, the specifics of how that transition works out, those conversations aren't happening.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Michael Wilkinson. I'm here on behalf of the shelter. I became homeless once, and they came to my rescue. And I feel that they need, to be honest with you, they need support from you guys for food. The food is unacceptable, and I wish we could maybe work a way, maybe they could get some funding for food for the shelter, and that's why I'm here to try to help them get adequate meals that they need, and this place needs to stay open. The staff they're unbelievable. They're strong, they're smart, they just need a little help. And that's kind of why I came here today, just maybe to ask, maybe you guys can figure a way to maybe help them with at least better food. I understand it is a financial it is financially, but maybe we can work something out between y'all. And I came here to say that because that place needs to stay open, and it needs to be, they need food. And that's why I came here to tell you, because you need a roof over your head and food in your mouth. That's what my mom always taught me. So I ask, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else over here?
Yes, I'd like to speak to this, and I think there's a misunderstanding about the.
Can you give your name again?
Oh, yeah, Elaine Brown.
Thank you.
You know, I was homeless for about 2.5 weeks in my car because I had a dog, and I didn't want to give up my dog. And there's a lot more options if you have your dog, and I'd rather be in my car than have my dog. So we're on the same page. There was a misunderstanding, well, maybe not a misunderstanding.
Can you please speak to us?
A worker at the, saying that I blew up at her, and I have a witness, I did not blow up. But she was telling me that she's having to buy things out of her own pocket. And then when I countered her on why isn't that being taken out of the funding given, then she said, no, the funding was taking place. I did not blow up at her, which has been said. I'm a teacher. I knew she was lying because another worker who I highly honor there, who is doing a great job, and I didn't know her, told me that he was buying bread out of his own pocket. That's a problem. I'm on the same table. I'd like to sit across the table and work this out because I was there. And now there's someone else that was in charge when I was there, and I could only stay 2 hours because the floor was sticky. It was trash on the floor.
This is
My husband was a correctional officer for San Quentin, and it was far better at San Quentin when I walked in the halls of San Quentin than it was there. And I couldn't stay there for more than 2 hours for the trauma that just being in that room had in the bedroom, not in the common area. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any further public comment at this time? Then we'll close public comment and we will move on to our next item, our 907 item. I'm sorry. Yeah, our 907 item 6.2, pet of the week. We have animal care and control. Oh.
Good morning. I'm Officer Haley Downhour with Lake County Animal Care and Control. With me this morning is Max. He's a 6-month-old hound mix. And yes, we are still working on leash training. He came in as a litter of 3 with his 2 brothers. We still have all 3 of them. We think that any one of them will be great in any home with the right training. And Max is also here as a spokesperson this morning for the rest of the animals that we have in the shelter. We have a lot of young animals right now, and including kittens, and we have a lot of geriatric animals right now. So anybody looking for either some high energy or some low energy is more than welcome to come in and see us at 4949 Hellbush Drive, or they can go ahead and give us a call if they have any questions, 707-263-0278.
Oh, thanks for coming and being such a good ambassador, Max.
Yeah.
He's the best one yet today.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you for coming. Hey, 6.4, our 9:09 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation designating the week of September 10th, 2023 through September 16th, 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Week. And we have Supervisor Sabatier for the presentation. Sorry.
Say something, but. I believe you were all here last week. We're seeing a lot of each other. So one of the beautiful things we enjoy about Lake County is there's a lot of space. Unfortunately, that creates solitude for a lot of people who may not have family living with them, who may not have neighbors right next door to them, or who may not have a social network that supports them. And so today, we want to make sure to talk about supporting these people who are feeling very down and designating the week of September 10th, 2023 through September 16th, 2023 as National Suicide Prevention Week. Last year, I believe, if I remember the numbers correct off the top of my head, there were 19 suicides in this county, and typically we hover at around 20. And so far this year through August, from the coroner's report I received, we have 12 as of August. So our numbers are unfortunately staying the same. And so reaching out, making sure people are okay, being aware of what to look for is important to make sure that we can save lives and let people know that we care. Whereas September is recognized as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, and the week of September 10th through September 16th is National Suicide Prevention Week, which individuals, organizations, and communities bring awareness to the ongoing epidemic of suicide, bring hope to those who are struggling, offer support to those who have lost loved ones, and educate and destigmatize, provide resources and community outreach to the community in an effort to continue to prevent suicide. And whereas suicide remains the 11th leading cause of death in the United States and the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 to 14 and 25 to 34, with 12.2 million people having thoughts of suicide, 3.2 million having made plans to attempt suicide, and 1.2 million who have attempted suicide. Those numbers are horrible. And whereas Lake County has the second highest rate of suicide per capita in California, with 16 confirmed deaths per 100,000 total population by suicide in 2021. And whereas suicide affects everyone regardless of age, ethnicity, or background, and promoting and maintaining individual and community wellness, knowing the signs and symptoms of suicide, and provide adequate services to those in need will continually help in reducing and preventing suicide. And whereas recognizing the urgency of providing prevention and intervention services available to all residents of Lake County, including those who are high at risk. And whereas there are resources available, including the 988 crisis line and text line, 741741, wish it was a little easier than just that number, crisis text line, and Lake County Behavioral Health Crisis Line for anyone who may be experiencing suicidal ideation or are concerned about someone they know who may be experiencing suicidal ideation. The Lake County Behavioral Health Prevention Team has trained 400 youth and adult community members in suicide prevention in 2023 alone. And whereas community members are urged to take action for suicide prevention and strive for zero suicides by contacting Lake County Behavioral Health Services for more information regarding suicide prevention and education efforts in and around Lake County. And whereas the month of September is recognized across the United States as Suicide Prevention Month to bring awareness and prevention to each community to help find their role in preventing suicide. Now therefore be it proclaimed by Lake County Behavioral Health Services and all members of the Lake County Board of Supervisors on the 19th day of September 2023 that the month of September 2023 be declared Suicide Prevention Month and that the day of September 10th, 2023 be declared World Suicide Prevention Day. Passed and adopted this day and signed by our chair. So I'm going to pass the microphone to our team behind us. Last week we spoke about overdose awareness. Some of the same people are standing behind me. It's the same kind of touching of people and letting them know that somebody cares, somebody's aware, and somebody wants to see them change their lives and see if we can be a part of that change. So I want to pass the microphone to the next person.
I guess I can say something really quick. Good morning, Carrie Manning, Lake County Behavioral Health Services, and I have the honor of being a part of our suicide prevention team. Without them, I think our numbers would be a lot higher. And all of the staff at Behavioral Health Services, you know, our goal is to improve the health of Lake County, and part of that is making the community aware of the fact that it's okay to not be okay. And if you're not okay, reach out to somebody that you trust. And it's important for everyone to know the signs, know the words to say to someone, and be able to refer them somewhere for help. 741741 is a great text crisis line. I've actually tested it out, and not only did I get a text, but I got a call because I didn't respond to the text that they sent me. So there is a person behind that number, 741-741, and then also 988. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Carrie. Elise Jones, Director of Behavioral Health. And not to grandstand at all, but I want Summer and Clay to come. I'm sorry, guys, I have to do this. But if you don't know, these are the faces of our crisis team, a couple of them. So this is Summer Trongo, and she's our crisis team leader. How long have you been with the department, Summer?
10 years this December.
10 years this December. And so I believe you've been mostly on crisis for that 10 years. And then Clay, how long have you been with us? 8 years. So for a combined total of 18 years, these two individuals plus their entire team have literally been responsible for saving hundreds of Lake County lives. And to that, I am so grateful and awe-inspired. And I just want to say thank you to all of our staff. And I also want to just say, a lot of us folks at Behavioral Health have lived experience with this, and that's why we're called to do this work. And just to normalize the conversation, in 2015, I had made a decision to take my own life. And so it's a risk factor for anybody. Nobody is immune to this. So the antidote to suicide is connection and relationship, right? It's building relationships with your neighbors, with your friends, with your coworkers. And that's all I wanted to say. Anybody else?
Thank you. Do we have anyone in the chambers who would like to give public comment on this item? You come on up and you can state your name and have 3 minutes.
Sorry, Gemma. Come here, sweetie. Hi, Vicki Jeffers. I have used that hotline, and I was very grateful that it was there. When I first became homeless, I was pretty destitute. And I thank you guys. My mom committed suicide, and it's very devastating. It's a very serious emotion to go through your mind, to think that you could spend your last day on earth because you're depressed. And I thank you guys for being there. I think the phone number should be advertised more often so that people will call it and text it. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Sam.
Forgetting I got to come over here.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, I apologize. I skipped over item 6.3, our 9:08 a.m. item, new and noteworthy at the library. And here we have Director Veach.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Christopher Veach, County Librarian, and thank you for giving me just a few minutes to talk about what's new and noteworthy at the library. This month, I wanted to highlight a title from our Lake County Native American collection, which is a collection of print books housed at the Middletown Library. How We Go Home, Voices from Indigenous North America, edited by Sarah Sinclair, is an anthology of 12 stories that weave through both the past and present for different tribes throughout North America. Each person has a story of how past injustices have affected them and how they have gone through their struggles and the resilience they have in themselves and their community. Murray Sinclair, former Canadian senator and First Nations lawyer, praised How We Go Home, saying, "How We Go Home confirms that we all have stories. These stories teach us history, morality, identity, connection, empathy, understanding, and self-awareness. We hear the stories of our ancestors and they tell us who we are. We hear the stories of our heroes and they tell us what we can be." This book we have available in print and as an ebook, but you can request titles like this book as an ebook, audiobook, or print copy through our online library catalog, which has the combined resources of Lake, Sonoma, and Mendocino County library systems. Requesting items is completely free to library patrons, and items are sent to your local branch for you to pick up. I also wanted to announce that September is National Library Card Sign-Up Month, so please help us encourage county residents to get a free library card and reap the benefits of everything the library has to offer. Getting a library card is free, and you can apply at your local branch, over the phone, or on our website. So if you know someone that doesn't have their library card yet, send them over to the library. You can learn more about the events and services available at the library at our website at library.lakecountyca.gov, or visit your local library branch in Lakeport, Clear Lake, Middletown, or Upper Lake. Thanks again for listening to what's new and noteworthy at the library.
Thank you, Director Veach, for bringing this to us. Do we have any comments from the board? Any comments from the public? All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, and we'll see you again next month.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. (6.5) our 9:10 a.m. item, presentation of proclamation declaring September 22nd, 2023 as Native American Day in Lake County. We have Vice Chair Simon and Supervisor Crandall.
All right. All right. That's everyone. All right. Well, thank you for coming to this while we present this proclamation. This past weekend and then throughout the rest of the month, there's going to be a series of tribes conducting a big time, but that doesn't accentuate who we are. We're businessmen, businesswomen, politicians. We also are mechanics, lawyers. You know, there's doctors, and so there's everyday Native American folks from Lake County. Come on up. And so, and not just in Lake County, but everywhere. But I highlight this because a lot of times when people think about us, and I was talking to my dear friend yesterday, they think of those things. They think of our regalia for ceremony and things of that nature. But we're also other professionals as well. So, wanted to highlight that and read this proclamation forward from here. So. This proclamation declares September 22nd, 2023 Native American Day in Lake County, California. Whereas Lake County has been home to people for greater than 12,000 years, which I think has been determined 22,000 years now, but in the richly diverse cultures of the 7 tribal nations indigenous to Lake County, Middletown Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, Khoi Nation of Northern California, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, Habematalo Pomo of the Upper Lake, Robinson Rancheria of Pomo Indians of California, and Elam Indian Colony have informed every aspect of our community's history, and whereas Native Americans have helped to make our community stronger and more prosperous, and whereas we celebrate the richness of the county's unique tribal history and traditions and the impact Native American cultures have had upon every American, and whereas in 2019 our board took the historic step of declaring each second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Lake County, an affirmation of our commitment to honoring this unique and powerful local history, and whereas Lake County is committed to protecting the sovereign right of Native American tribal organizations and institutions to strengthen our own communities, and whereas in observation of Native American Day, the County of Lake encourages all citizens to join in recognizing the accomplishments and contributions Native Americans have made to our county, and salutes those who have sought to honor the important role of tribal leadership in our county, past, present, and future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Lake County Board of Supervisors declares Friday, September 22nd, 2023 Native American Day in Lake County, California, passed and adopted this 19th of September, 2023, signed Jessica Paiska, Chair of the Board of Supervisors. we've printed off, yeah, we have one for every tribe. And so we wanted to make sure we had that for you. Would there be anyone that would like to speak?
Thank you. On behalf of the Habematol Pomo of Upper Lake, we appreciate this, acknowledgement of our tribe. I'm going on my 20th year next year, and there's been a lot of change up here and in staff, but the purpose of our government is not only to promote our people, preserve our culture, but we recognize that we can't do that in a vacuum, and that we work day in, day out with the county, various agencies, and we have a deep, deep commitment to this community. And where resources are available, we like to give back as much as we possibly can, because we know we're all interconnected here, and if we succeed, y'all succeed. We have to do this together. So thanks again for the acknowledgement, and pass it along.
Thank you, Chairwoman Treppa.
No one else wants to say anything?
Yes. There you go, Jaime.
Yeah, Jaime Boggs with Robinson Rancheria Citizens Business Council. I would like to say that it's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to see the county and the tribes working together. There has been a long history between both, and that mending of both parties together is exhilarating to me, and I'm sure our tribal neighbors. But more importantly, there were some issues that were brought in today that are dear to us also, as far as suicide prevention is concerning us also. There's a number of missing and murdered Indigenous women across the country, and the tribes are banding together and addressing these issues. Thank you.
Yeah,
There you go. Thank you. When an elder speaks, you listen, obviously. Very proud to do this proclamation today. Very proud to have my vice chair, my treasurer from Middletown Rancheria, Larry Galupe, Christina Lord here, and all the other tribal folks, and my tribal elders that I stand with, my Auntie Millie, here today. But not only are we recognizing this today for Lake County and its long history with its native folks, we will also be at the state capitol on Friday. The tribal leaders will take our tribal flags, and we'll do the ceremonies at the state capitol. As you know, there's 110 recognized tribes here in the state of California. Those are federally recognized, and there are a lot of state recognized tribes that are still fighting for their federal recognition. There are a lot of landless tribes left in the state of California and across the country, and that is something I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to getting land back for our tribal nations. I want to make sure how clear that is to everybody. We come from the earth. We come from the trees, the animals, the dirt. That's who we are. And getting that land back is the most important thing that we can do in this next quarter of a century here for our tribes. And we're going to dedicate that to that. So please, if you see a tribal person, please join with them in celebrating on Friday. But I couldn't be any prouder that we present this proclamation on behalf of the county and also the tribe. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today.
And I want to thank all of you for making the trip in today for this proclamation, and for the two supervisors for bringing this to us. It's an honor to have you here, to be working with you together. We have so many things to work towards together. Climate change is the biggest issue that faces all of us, and I know that we're doing a lot together to co-manage as a region. And I'm just so honored to have you as partners with that work. It's so critically important. So thank you for being here.
There you go.
Hekate mai ochate Council Wichin Robert Gary Yachake Lembak Lembak Yachake Chabema Talalkit. How are all of you today? My name is Robert Gary. I'm from Alem and I work for Habemetal. Today, I just, it's I'm honored to be here today, I think, in this acknowledgement. But I also have a question. What does this mean? What does this mean to be able to have or establish a good relationship with the county? Just like, the board is talking about establishing, working together, acknowledging and also educating, I think, about the tribal communities that are within the area. In 1968 is when Governor Reagan actually established Native American Day, the fourth Friday in 68. And in 1998, the State Assembly acknowledged an AB 1953 for an actual holiday. As I was growing up during this time, we all still got together during that time because of that acknowledgement. As a young boy, I used to go out to Sacramento and the tribes would get together and we'd all dance at Cal Expo there. It was acknowledged by the state. Just like Supervisor said, at the state this Friday, all the tribes get together. So my question again is, what does this mean? And so I think what, for me, is now looking at to be able to work together to establish something here for Lake County, to make sure that maybe, an advisory committee of Native Americans from the different tribes to be able to work, I think, with the county in acknowledging or having something here for that acknowledgement during that time, not just a proclamation to go through and not have any kind of education or any knowledge that happens within this county. This county is unique because it has so many tribes in one location, a lot of shared territories, world-renowned basket weavers. Those kind of things is exactly what makes this unique as far as an indigenous community type situation. And so I think it's definitely something that really needs to go beyond. And I heard, Chair Paiska talk about this, what does this mean as far as going on beyond this? And so definitely something I think that we as tribal communities and county leaders to go to know what is the next steps. And I think even as far as for the education department, I'm trying to figure out and find out what are ways that we can help each other and educate and to know more about our communities and the uniqueness about who we are and what we also offer to this county and and how important our history is. We talked about nationally, it's at 12 to 13,000 years. We surpassed that with things that have been found here. That's how long that we've been here. And so I think it's those things that we have to work with each other to be able to help one another to establish something. And hopefully, I think with the uniqueness of Lake County itself, start creating these, advisory committees, like I said, of the tribes to be able to hold our own event, to be able to acknowledge those things here countywide. Thank you.
Right. Any other?
Just very quickly, this is important every year, but this year I am so moved, and I want to remind everyone of the central role our local tribes have had in advocating for the Clear Lake Hitch and trying to move our state and federal and local agencies toward greater awareness, and we have seen traction. They're not just the first residents of these lands, they're the first stewards of the lands and waters, and it's only through the voices of our local tribes that we have been able to make any tangible progress this year toward a long-term solution that will help balance the interests of our local communities and be good stewards of the lands and the waters. And I'm very thankful for our tribes. I would give these props to the EPAs if it were up to me, but it's not. So I just want to share with the council members here today that of all the things that speak to me this year, it is the voices of the tribes that have risen in unison to get the attention of the state and the federal and the local agencies, and may this continue in future years.
Yes, so, and now we've got members of the public. Would you like to come up and speak?
Can I speak first real quick?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Just a follow-up to what was mentioned about what's going to happen in Sacramento and each tribe also bringing their flag. I know I did have a conversation with Supervisor Simon about this and hoping that next year we can do this. We have the ability to put up flags next to the American flag and the California flag. We have to do so through approval through such a thing as a proclamation like today. I know that there are 7 tribes. I don't know how that would work with one flag available, if it's on a rotating basis, if there's something we can make that represents all. But I hope that that conversation can continue so that next year we don't just show it in the board chamber, but we show it out in the public that we are doing this proclamation, because I think it's important to not just have it involved here or on virtually in Zoom, but that it's expressed very, very publicly. So I hope that that conversation can bring us something like that next year.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Richard Okino. I'm from the community. I'm a Choctaw Native American, and what you guys shared today, I think is essential, as well as with what you shared, Ms. Pasaika. One thing I think that we should concentrate on is getting some type of Native American studies course into the high schools. We have, and whether that be somebody from each tribe coming in and teaching it, collaborating with the teacher, or I know that many of you guys are educated. I think that it's essential as the CSUs are as a mandatory to take ethnic studies course, and I think that by setting up your guys' youth to succeed, here starting in high school, transitioning over right to the university. As you all many know, the university said if you're Native American, you guys can get all your student fees paid for. So the only thing that would have to be paid for would be actually your housing, which wouldn't really become an issue if people are commuting, or just you guys can band together and make sure that they have that education. The way I see it is, who's better going to serve the community than you guys yourself? That way that you educate your youth and come back and then give back to the community, and then us as presenting white people, like I present as white, right? So I was raised in the white culture. However, I'm just getting used to my native ties. And I think that it would be essential for our community to band together and move forward so we can collaborate and be together as one. But I'm really, really advocate for Native American Studies in the high school. I know that Rose Steele was trying to get somebody in there, and I think that that is essential, whether it be somebody going to get the degree so they can actually teach these courses, or however that may be, but communicating together so we all can move together and collaborate as one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Really quick to answer that, my name is Fawn Rabe. I'm the Education Director for Robinson Rancheria. I'm also a First 5 Commissioner for Lake County. I have worked with LCOE for the past 5 years on a curriculum. Upper Lake Union School District has put that in, and it's the choice of the teachers right now. But we are currently working with LCOE, and we are reaching out to tribes. We do have some reps, I think, from all the tribes right now. If anybody else from the tribes is interested, contact me. The state of California has made it mandatory. In 2025, 9th graders will have to take an ethnic studies class. And it is the county's choice whether they just go with the curriculum that the state puts out, which they are asking tribals help with that, or our county has chose to include the history of our local tribes in that ethnic studies. So.
Hi, Elaine Brown, educator, and I would just like to thank you. I think the thing that we all can be agreement on in this room is what's in the middle, and that is that beautiful lake. And I'm only recently acquired this area, knowledge of this area about 2 years ago, and I've seen 2 summers where it was a low lake, and this summer with lots of water. And it's been such a beautiful thing to see such things thriving now. Actually, commerce is thriving. It's a beautiful thing. So I think if we start with what we all can agree on, which is that lake, and can sit down at a table together and eat a meal and talk this out together, because there's so many people that sit at that table. There's you, and then there's people that have wineries, there's people that grow pot. There's all different feelings that come to our minds when we hear those words. And the thing is, I know there's a Jewish tradition, if we sit at a table and eat, that we're calling ourselves to be friends, and then we leave that table and we can be still friends, even though we don't agree on the same issues, but we can come to that commonality. And that's what I fight for, and that's why I think our country is standing for, and I stand for this country, and I stand for you as well, because we do have to do this all together, but we have to do it as friends and not adversaries, and there's a lot of issues on that table. Thank you.
I'd just end with a couple more things. Glad you mentioned education and how it's being taught now, and how we're doing it in local schools. Coming from San Jose, as a elementary school student, I didn't know a lot about my history or about my bloodline here in Lake County, and so I've been learning it lifelong. If I would have known that our people had their own monetary system, the way that we fish, the way we hunted, the way we prescribe burn, our culture, the things that it means when we conduct dances, the rites of passage, it would have been more helpful to me and a lot more young Native American kids going to school, and also to educate others so that they understand. And lastly, also to know that during the 1800s through the early 1900s, there are folks probably in this room who are descendants from Lake County, because a lot of our children were taken to different areas, and our people were taken to different areas as indentured servants and working in different areas, or just adopted in general. So I just highlight that because we're so few, but then there are so many out there that we have no clue because of that dynamic. So I'll end with that. Yahweh, and have a good day. Thank you for bringing this forward. All right.
Oh, that's a little bit better. Okay, ready? Here we go. And then just get one more. Thank you.
It's the lift. Today was the day to do it.
I take the day off yesterday. I got your number. Thank you.
How are you, Larry? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I know hugs. Great, by the way. Good to see you. Thank you, Brock. Okay, our 6.6, 9:30 a.m. hearing, consideration of requested hearing appeal by Richard Saunders for a notice of nuisance and order to abate issued against 15892 Kugelman Street, Lower Lake, APN number 012-025-860. And we have our Community Development Director up here, Turner, and Code Enforcement.
Good morning. We have before you today a request for hearing, which is an appeal on a notice of nuisance in order to abate that was issued on Kugelman Street in Lower Lake. I will turn it over to our Code Enforcement Manager, Marcus Beltramo. We also do have the Code Enforcement Officer here. And I think we get sworn in for this, don't we?
Now we've got to swear everybody in. Just letting her introduce.
Can I say something?
We're going to have everybody that is going to give testimony in this appeal stand up and raise your right hand, and we're going to have you all be sworn in for this. We've got some folks in the back. I just want to see if there's anyone in the Zoom room who will also be participating in this hearing. You also need to swear in. I don't see any hands up in Zoom, so we'll just focus on everybody that's in the room.
With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
Well, we'll start with the introduction from code enforcement, and then we'll give you your opportunity.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Beltramo. I'm the code enforcement manager for the County of Lake. Today we are here to hear a request for hearing and appeal for 15892 Coolgaman Street in Lower Lake, California.
Yeah, I was good. Do you want to come sit up here? Come. No? Okay. Thanks.
Okay, where's this? Here we go.
All right, thanks, Sam.
Thanks.
All right. I think it's that one. All right. And I'm also accompanied here today by the lead code enforcement officer, Christopher Colin, who can testify or answer any questions that the board may have regarding this investigation and this situation. The appellant here today the appellant for this matter is Richard Saunders. I believe Mr. Saunders is here today, present today. As always, we always give the property details or the context here. The zoning designation is SR Suburban Reserve. It's about 0.66 acres. The property owner is a Patricia Hernandez. I believe she's present here today as well. And we always give a map to give context of where the property is located. The property is highlighted towards the upper left corner there. It is off Highway 53 in Lower Lake, California. Mr. Saunders made a request for a hearing. It's difficult to read. I would like to read it into the record, but I cannot make out all the words, so I'll do my best to read his request for a hearing. If there's any corrections necessary, I'm sure Mr. Saunders will correct me or clarify any information in his request or appeal. On the grounds for favoritism and neighbor sent and took pics and call in after they destroyed property and should be also checked for code violation that is on that property and was all right.
Turned in.
We'll let Mr. Saunders speak to it. I think that's fair.
It's okay.
What I can do is give you a summation of what the issues were, appellant's reasons for why the property is in violation, is not in violation, favoritism towards neighboring property, septic tank not legal, neighboring property foundation not permanent, neighboring property leach lines, no impact test, too close to property lines, neighboring property water lines run next leach lines, neighboring property house not level, neighboring property power pole was not signed off before installation, neighboring property, no real inspections performed. On July 25th, we executed an inspection warrant to understand the extent and the scope of the violations existing on the property. This is a panoramic photo of what the property looks like from a public vantage point.
No public. That's a private easement. No public.
Okay, let's give them their opportunity to speak.
My
and
backyard.
You'll have an opportunity when we're done, okay? Thank you.
Here are the photos that we took while we were on site at that location. As you can see from the photos, there's inoperable vehicles, dismantled vehicles, wrecked vehicles, unpermitted structures that have been up on a permanent basis, miscellaneous rubbish, garbage, items that are stored out in the open.
There's one little spot. Yeah, I understand.
After we conducted our inspection work, we determined there were violations existing on the property. We reduced those violations to writing in the form of a notice of nuisance in order to abate.
Yeah, extension cord.
We cited 27 violations of the Lake County Code. I'll try to be brief and I'll go over them unless... So we cited them for any condition declared by statute of state of California to be a nuisance, any nuisance known at common law or equity, an attractive nuisance which may prove dangerous or detrimental to infants, any condition dangerous to human life, unsafe, or detrimental to the public health or safety. Use of lands, buildings, or premises established, operated, or maintained contrary to the provisions of Chapter 13, 5, 9, 21. Chapter 21, the specific violation is that there are structures that are being occupied and used for residential purposes that do not meet minimum residential construction standards. Open or outdoor storage in any district shall be maintained in an orderly manner and shall not create a fire, safety, health, or sanitary hazard. Outdoor storage of materials on parcels of 1 acre or less shall not exceed an aggregate area of 100 square feet per lot. Open outdoor storage shall be completely screened from public view from all exterior property lines and any public roadway within 1/2 mile of the pinned storage area. There shall be no outdoor storage in any required front yard in the case of an interior lot or required side street in the setback.
Can you please refrain from speaking until it's your time? And if you'd like to have a seat, you can come back up to the microphone during that time, okay?
Yeah, I just don't like the lies.
You'll have your opportunity, but I need you to remain silent while he's giving his testimony. Thank you.
We cited sections of the Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code, which adopted the California Fire Code for open junction boxes, open wiring, splices shall be prohibited. All coverage shall be provided for all switch and electrical outlet boxes. Extension cords shall not be a substitute for permanent wiring. There were extension cords throughout, all over the property.
Okay, would you please have a seat?
I didn't say nothing.
You're making noise in the microphone and we're trying to hear his testimony, so I need you to just have a seat and I'll invite you back up.
They're not my boss.
I need you to sit down while we're hearing this testimony, and you'll have an opportunity to come back and give your side once he's finished. I will invite you back up, but I need you to sit down. Then we're not going to move forward.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
You're free to leave. There's a video outside if you'd like to watch. Out there, there's a live feed in the lobby.
I'm sitting.
Okay. I need you to remain silent. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Extension cord shall be plugged directly into an approved receptacle. The ampacity of the extension cord shall not be less than the rated capacity of the portable appliance supplied by the cord. Extension cord shall be maintained in good condition without splices, deterioration, or damage. Extension cord shall be grounded where serving grounded portable appliances. A zoning clearance permit shall be required for all buildings and structures. Again, there were several structures that have been up on a permanent basis that did not get a zoning clearance. Any owner or authorized agent who intends to construct, alter, enlarge, repair, remove, demolish, change the occupancy of a building structure to erect, install, enlarge, alter, repair, remove, basically shall require a permit. Basically, we cited them for not having building permits for the structures that were on the property. Any items causing unsightly appearance for which is visible from the scenic corridor or public right-of-way or sites of neighboring properties, or which provides harborage for rats and other vermin, or creates other potential health hazard or public nuisance. Foul or noxious odors not already regulated by Lake County Air Quality Management Districts, which offend the peace and quiet of persons and ordinary sensibilities, which interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property and affect the entire neighborhood or considerable number of persons. There were foul odors on the property, and there was smell of urine throughout the property as we conducted our inspection. Abandoned, dismantled, wrecked, or inoperable motor vehicles, motorcycles, recreational vehicles, trailers, campers, or boats or parts thereof were on the property. Any property with dirty water, sewage, or other substance, including but not limited to urine or other bodily matter, discolored water, contents of septic tanks, cesspools, or privy vaults which flow on to public or private property. It is unlawful for person to commit, cause, or permit any weeds, dead trees, or brush to accumulate on said property, or to place or cause or permit any rubbish or other refuge to be accumulate or remain on any real property in the county, on trailers and vehicles or portions of streets adjoining such real property to the center line of the streets. There was cut branches and trees, and there was rubbish scattered all over the property. The owner or the tenant of any premises, business establishment shall be responsible for the satisfactory removal of all garbage or refuse accumulated on such premises to prevent propagation, harborage, or attraction of flies, rodents, or other vectors, and the creation of a nuisance. Garbage and/or refuse, accepting non-flammable inert materials, shall not be allowed to remain on the property for more than 7 days. All garbage and/or refuse shall be drained, wrapped, and stored in durable, rust-resistant, non-absorbent, watertight containers not to exceed 96 gallons capacity and which have tight-fitting covers. Plastic garbage bags are not used for outside storage of garbage at any time. No garbage or refuse, with the sole exception of non-flammable inert materials, may be stored for any period of time. Said garbage and/or refuse may be placed on a trailer only for the purpose of transporting said materials for purposes of disposal in a legally authorized manner. No garbage and/or refuse may be stored in a vehicle. Said garbage and/or refuse may be placed in a vehicle only for the purposes of transporting said materials for the purposes of disposal in a legally authorized manner. Any items, I think we cited this one already. Looks like that one's been cited too. And then just for current events, on July 25th, when we did our inspection of the property, there's a photo on the left. These are two photos of an RV that was on the property when we conducted our inspection. Again, that was on July 25th, 2023. We got a complaint that there was an abandoned RV in the middle of a field right off of Kugelman. On August 22nd, 2023, we determined that this RV here is the same RV that was on their property and had been moved and dumped in a nearby field. Staff is recommending the board uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and direct staff to move forward with the abatement process within 30 days. At this time, this concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to give your... Right, it is, so what I'd just like you to do is speak your name into the microphone and you can give your testimony.
My name's Richard Saunders, and we could start back at the beginning. Marcus here says that he don't know these people, and I don't know where to begin on half of it, because the pictures are bad. Yes, they are bad. Every time, I need to get something done, they come over. The neighbor calls them over, and he comes right over to snap them pictures. Like when I'm in the middle of moving, that stuff ended up like that because of the snowfall we had this year in the summer or in the winter. My portable garages, they collapsed. And that's what caused that mess. Okay, this is all over an easement that runs right, if you want to pull that map back up, we could start from there. This is all for the neighbors to put their personal driveway on an easement and block me out of having to park down there, okay? Right here. Just go right there. I could explain. Right there. See where my gate is? Right there that's open? This trash right here on the left, I had friends almost go to jail for this trash because that belongs to the neighbors. They're the ones that put that there, okay? Our house didn't look like that until they started ripping down our fence. The fence that runs long ways down to that other RV over there. They want to shove our property back like more than 10 feet. Okay, that's an easement right there where that person's standing, and that's an easement. Okay, whether he supposedly owns it or not, that has a deed of its own. It shouldn't have an APN number on it now. All this paperwork has changed. Her property has changed due to...
The APN number you said?
Sorry, say your name into the microphone?
Your name.
And
I'm Patricia Hernandez. I'm the owner of the property with my husband selling me. The APN number that you said has been changed without my acknowledge. I have 2 APN numbers for 2 properties. And it's been changed behind my back without my permission to that 1 PN number, which is not legal. That is illegal to do. My husband is mad about that.
And
our loan has the 2 numbers. Everything we pay has 2 numbers. I pay taxes on 2 properties. I don't pay taxes.
Do we have a parcel map? Can we pull up a parcel map
A parcel, I
to
don't,
show the APNs?
so if I might comment on
There's
that.
a line.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
That one, where the blue goes out to the other side, that angle,
It's right here where the red line is.
where the line is, it's supposed to go through there, and one APN is 061, and the other one is 056.
Okay, but that's your parcel that's got
Those
the
are
blue.
both my parcels.
Yeah, that's
And-
one of them.
Okay, and that's where
that
the-
comes out
No.
right there.
The blue,
He is on that property, this neighbor back there, and he's trying to go more,
okay, but the
more.
parcel where the abatement occurred is on that.
So we didn't conduct
It
an
ha-
abatement, we did an inspection.
Okay.
What we're doing here today is that we have a notice of nuisance, a pending
Okay.
notice of nuisance in order to abate, and depending on the outcome, we'll determine if we move forward with the abatement.
And my theory of the whole thing is, anytime he wants something done, he comes to my house, okay? And disrupts me by telling me,
You live
This-
on the same,
yes, I do. I live
You
in
live-
the same house.
in the same house. And that is the parcel with the blue line around it.
Yes.
And that is
and
where
what it
all of this refuse and.
is all coming.
It's all there.
Right.
Okay.
And see,
And it's a serious
wait a
health and
minute.
safety concern that we.
It don't even look like that now.
No.
Okay,
it's
but what
already-
it is they have a restraining order against me because they ripped down my fence, and I told them I was going to shoot them if they, that's why they got it. They ripped it down 17 times. They cost me money. They do whatever they want to do.
And
Okay,
the sheriffs
and
never do
sheriffs don't-
anything to these people
The-
back here.
when
That
I-
she put a gun on my
Okay,
grandson.
but this is separate, these are
Right,
separate
right, but-
issues from what we're talking
But
about
no,
today.
It's all
That's all
combined into
combined.
one.
Except that we,
And he's involved in it, and I
He's helping
know
them try to
he's-
steal my property is what he's doing.
okay.
Because
Now, you mentioned the
assessor's
condition of your
office has
property
no
doesn't,
jurisdiction to change APN
the
numbers.
assessor's not in here today.
Yeah,
Well,
but
they're supposed to be here according to the paper.
Okay.
Everybody has
because
problems.
Ryan at the assessor's office takes it upon himself to change.
Okay, I'm going to stop you about, we're not talking about the parcel numbers. We're talking about the abatement and the
Okay.
amount of garbage and
Okay,
all the code
right,
violations
okay.
on the property that's outlined in blue. That's what we're here to talk
The point
about.
I was trying to make on that is the trash that you've seen that I pointed out, he said a long time ago that he was going to come over and personally take it to the dump,
Okay,
to stop the fighting.
Have-
How is it fair for me to abide by their rules if they can't even abide by their own rules?
Why
When they
is he
tell me
ha-
they're
why
going
is
to
he gonna
come,
come and take the
they're
neighbor's
gonna
garbage
come-
for him out of the front of our yard, off my property in front?
yes.
When
thank
the
you.
neighbors should be responsible for moving their own.
So today we're here to talk about the trashing.
That's what I'm
So we're asking you guys to present evidence to us as a hearing board why what we see today with the photos, the pictures, and things that have been done, today is your time to present evidence.
Okay,
Not come with a theory or what you believe.
Well, no, what I'm saying is,
To present evidence.
I understand what you're
You said it
asking,
was
I'm
a
just
theory,
telling you-
so.
Stop, let him
So
finish.
I don't know this is your opportunity
I'm
to
showing-
present evidence why the property looks like it does, what you're attempting to do to clean it up, or something in that effect, so we don't need to move forward with the abatement,
it's
and then to go from there.
changed.
It's already been cleaned up.
I can't make it any clearer. You need to present some evidence.
Do you have photos of how everything's been cleaned up?
I didn't take no photos because I didn't know we were gonna.
They should have it.
They have lots of photos.
They film us
take
24
pictures-
hours a day.
Take pictures all the time.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you have any evidence to present?
Well, if it's against the trash, no. But
Okay.
it's, like I
It's-
said,
this-
I
that's
don't
what
have
this
it.
is about.
I don't have it.
It's
I
been-
have what's,
There's been a lot of vehicles removed. The
everything's
camper
changed.
got stolen. I don't know where they took it. They took it down the street, it been dumped. Don't know.
I was in jail.
He wasn't even here.
I'm just answering the questions that you asked me, he's reading the thing, I'm telling you the statements on everything that's going on.
Okay, so we're seeing evidence of the violations?
Well-
And it doesn't,
Because I have pictures, lots of pictures on my phone.
I have paperwork,
All we have is the map that shows the same map, that shows my parcel. I have a grant
But
deed.
it's all over- it's
I
all
have
over
the
that.
original grant deed that easement belongs to the county, does not belong to the neighbor.
okay. Then
I have-
if you have no evidence to present, I'm going to ask anyone else for their testimony right now.
I've done it's cleaned up.
It's all cleaned up.
It's pretty
Has it
much
been
cleaned up.
inspected lately? When was the last time it was inspected? Do you want to come up and, come on up?
Our code officer, Christopher Colon, would be the best one to testify to our answer.
Christopher, come over to the microphone, please. Or you can come up and sit here if you'd like, wherever.
Good
So when
afternoon.
was the last time you were out there?
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Cullen. I'm code enforcement officer with the County of Lake. I haven't been out there prior to their appeal.
Okay.
So whenever the date of that appeal was, I was out there prior.
Okay, thank you.
And it was getting cleaned up then, was it not?
Yeah, the cars were gone.
I
Some of
didn't
the
see
cars are
anything
gone.
change. The only thing, the only change that was made is we had a 24-hour or a 48-hour summary abatement notice for some electrical hazards, fire hazards that were in place. They did clean up those, the extension cords, outlet boxes, and so forth. But other than that, there wasn't much else that was cleaned up.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask, I know we have some other people that stood. Would you like to come up and give testimony? And maybe you could step aside away from the microphone and we can hear from
Who's that guy?
the other individuals. Come up to the microphone and
Never seen that guy before.
state your name.
My name is Bill Stone, and a recent property owner. I bought a house next to this place over there, and it's actually worse than the pictures are. My main concerns are fire, as everybody in Lake County is concerned about fire. My fire insurance is through the roof, as you guys all know. Another big concern is contaminating my well by human waste, and the age of the vehicles, they're all probably leaking oil, transmission fluid, rear end, all kinds of fluids are leaking out of 30, 40-year-old cars. And I live in Lake County because it's beautiful and I love it here. And I want you to deny this appeal and get this pigsty cleaned up, please.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else with testimony?
I got the statement.
Just a moment. Anyone else? Come on up.
Mrs. Salazar, can you hold back for a second?
One moment.
I think it's probably a safety issue that Mr. Salazar be given enough space to speak. And there's been a lot of contention back and forth, and I think for safety purposes, we'd like to ask Mr. Saunders and Ms. Hernandez to step away so Mr. Salazar...
Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agustin Salazar, and I I built like a little
Sorry,
nice
just
house.
one moment. I need you to remain silent while he gives his testimony. Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Agustin Salazar. I built a little nice house right there, and for 2 years, little more than 2 years, we got an air shoes right there, and this is like a bad thing right there to tell you guys because he never clean up anything. Also, he's bring like 3 times downstairs right there. Instead to do clean up in there, he brings friends right there to throw trash in there. But my understanding is why he's got his opportunity. Look like he brings downstairs from the I don't know what you call it because I'm Spanish, but my understanding is he never clean up, and he's got like tarts, ugly plastic in there in the property, and which is this is nice view over here, Lake County. I really like it, but what they look like property right there, nobody wants to buy. I tried to sell my property, and nobody wants to buy my property because all that. Thank you very much. And I say again, thank you guys again.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have anyone else who's here to give testimony that has not yet spoken?
Can children speak?
Okay, do you have evidence to present? You do, okay. Okay, what's this a picture of?
The property down there.
Cleaned up? And this is a whole picture of your parcel?
No, that's a little part of it.
A little part of it. Okay, I still see,
Neighbor's house next door where the foundation is on center blocks. It's not on permanent foundation, that little blue house. And he's not even supposed to be having it for sale.
okay.
It's
Can
a-
you just
the
show the
lot-
rest of the board?
The original deed to that lot is an unbuildable lot.
We're not here to discuss that today, okay?
Good.
Yeah, because that's his buddy.
Okay. Anyone else with testimony? One more, come on up. Could you have a seat, please? Sit back down. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Salazar. I'm son of Augustine Salazar. I was just wondering if she was able to show that evidence on her phone, if I could show a little evidence on my phone, if that's okay. I have here live footage. It's currently live of how it looks in there. It's a floodlight that we have out there with a security camera.
Okay, let me just, how do you want to have all of these? I mean, we don't, the
I
evidence
don't
was
need it.
supposed to be presented, and
Yeah, so your board may accept evidence, including the weight of such evidence, as your board may deem pertinent. So it's all on the basis of whether your board would deem such evidence or what's being proposed as evidence as relevant
okay.
for you. And then the next stage after that would be to weigh such evidence if your board decides to take in that evidence.
So can you just explain to us what it is you'd like to share?
Yeah, just from standing back there and hearing the allegations that they're saying that it's all cleaned up, I want to say that is definitely untrue. It's been worse, as my dad was mentioning. They've had multiple opportunities where they've sought help and had dumpsters out there. I don't know if they were issued from the waste management themselves or something, but they've had about 3 occasions where they had large dumpsters. And instead of cleaning up, they would have their friends come over and dump into those dumpsters, and then they would get hauled away, and there was no improvement whatsoever on that property. Up until now, there's even more trash on there. Towards the front, when you come into the property, he's, instead of taking down those little tents that he has, it's almost like he set up a area to work on some kind of cars up towards the front, and it's all I wouldn't even say it's boarded or anything. It's almost like a plastic material, kind of like a trash bag material, and it's just a little square, a little bubble where he can go in and do things. And it's a little suspicious for us, especially living there with having problems. We don't know what he's planning or doing in that little shanty. So,
Okay.
but I just wanted to show what it looks like currently now on my phone, if it's possible, just so you could see. It is a live feed of how it looks exactly to the second right now.
Madam Chair, I'm concerned in looking at that for the fact that camera systems are supposed to look at public right of way and not other people's properties. So I don't know that I want to look at a camera system that may not be adjusted appropriately where you're showing me someone else's property. So at this moment, I have pictures. I've heard testimony. I don't need to see anything further
Okay, perfect.
at this moment in time. So I'm looking at our county council just because I'm a little concerned about looking at such imagery.
Yep. And so that's why I appreciate you just telling us with your words.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I just would definitely like to say, as far as today, there hasn't been any improvement. If anything, they might be feeling a little intimidated, and that's why they're saying those lies, saying that they've already cleaned up, but it hasn't cleaned up. That's why we're here today, or else we wouldn't be here.
Okay, thank you so much. We have anyone else who has not given testimony yet? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. We're not looking at any more of your pictures.
Right, that's
What
fine.
we do want to know is your
problem
test.
is we have a restraining order, or he has a restraining order on us, and we have one on him. I can't go clean up like they want me to when they're up down there sitting there at the fence line. I have a restraining order. I'm one person.
Okay.
So I am cleaning up. If you would come over, do an aerial right now, you'd see that it's being cleaned up. They come out every day that I'm out there cleaning. They come out to get me arrested or whatever. She starts in on me, the wife does.
Okay,
And so how am I supposed to, and he knows I got a restraining order, so how am I supposed to clean up my yard if they keep coming out?
okay. Can I have you sit down, please?
This is a
Now we've heard your testimony. Now,
No, I'm just want to know.
one last opportunity to share testimony on how you've made improvements since these photos were taken.
We don't have photos as of recent,
Okay.
but they're all doing their lies.
Okay, so appreciate everyone who's given testimony. I'm going to close testimony right now and bring it back to the board. I'm sorry, Director Turner, did you have anything else to add before I do that?
I just wanted to add that this location has been a chronic issue, a chronic code enforcement case for our department. Our code enforcement officers are trained and certified in both the law as well as outreach to property owners to encourage self-abatement initially. When it looks like that's not going to happen, we do issue the notice of nuisance in order to abate, in order to put that property on notice that we do need to get this issue taken care of. The property owners did abate the electrical issues that were deemed by our chief building official to be a direct threat to public safety. But there are still a number of issues that will need to be fixed to bring this property back into compliance with health and safety codes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Please
thanks.
be quiet. Please be silent. Your turn is over. Thank you.
So staff does recommend.
No, I'm
staff
sorry,
does
you're being
recommend-
disruptive and you need to sit down and be silent.
Staff does request that the board uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and also assign an abatement date that is within a time period that is deemed reasonable by the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Turner. And now I'll bring it back to the board. Let's see. I don't know who had their pen up first. I think it was Supervisor Green. Go ahead, Supervisor Green.
Just a couple of questions. If we were to accept evidence regarding the current state of the property, I would prefer it come from our
Ma'am, do you need to
sworn
leave the
staff.
room?
So I'm not inclined to accept the partial photograph of part of the site
Step out.
proffered by the appellant. As,
Supervisor Green, one
That
moment.
area clean.
You are finished. We're finished. You can step out.
They want to steal my property.
No.
And you guys are all going to let them.
No.
Because that's why they want.
All right, we're gonna stop. We're stopping this and we're taking a recess.
And put a driveway on my property that don't belong to them. And I'm tired of it. You guys, they need to go to jail, those guys, right there.
All right.
Be here this afternoon.
We're going to, we're going to get back to the meeting here. Okay, welcome back. We've heard testimony. We brought it back to the board for deliberation, and Supervisor Green was speaking.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the break, everyone. We are going to make findings at the end of this hearing, and based on the testimony provided and the evidence presented, my thinking is not only is there a clear violation that arises to the level of an egregious violation that would provide additional opportunity to impose sanctions above and beyond the duty to abate. It could allow us the ability as a board, should we make findings that this is an egregious violation, we may impose as a condition the requirement that the property owner provide proof of regular garbage service for the subject property or other lawful method for regular and routine garbage collection and disposal, which is acceptable to the enforcement official as more particularly described in section 13.2. And I'm reading this latest clause from section 12.3 of chapter 13 of the Lake County Code pertaining to nuisances. So my request of this board, when we do come to the time for findings and pending further input from community development and county council, is to make the finding that this is an egregious violation and that we do impose the additional duty to provide regular garbage service to the property in a manner that is acceptable to the enforcement official. Thank you.
County Council.
Yes, so Section 13-12.3 applies to repeat offenders as defined in 13-3. And the determination of imposing such a condition related to garbage collection and submitting proof of garbage collection is designated to the enforcement official under the Lake County Code. So that would be the Code Enforcement Community Development Department. And I would also note that the notice of nuisance in order to abate has imposed specific conditions for the abatement of nuisances. So perhaps CDD, Code Enforcement, may elaborate on that as it relates to the proof of whether or not the submitting proof of garbage collection is imposed in as one of the conditions of the notice to nuisance in order to abate that was posted on the property.
I don't believe that's part of the corrective actions that's included in this notice. The verbiage of the code is repeated offenders. This would be the first violation.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Spatier.
A couple of things. One, I believe there was an expiration date on this abatement notice process, or there was some sort of expiration date for the timeline before abatement could occur. I just want to make sure that that timeline has already surpassed and that the appeal has not postponed and continued and delayed that timeline any further. Can you please provide some information on that?
So the notice of nuisance in order to abate was issued with a date of August 8, 2023, with a 30-day correction period. So that would put us at September 8th, 2023. We may need a request for a hearing or an appeal was made. I don't know if that stops the correction period clock until the issue is heard. I know it stays the action, preventing us from moving forward, but I don't know if it actually stops the clock, the 30-day correction period clock, until that issue is heard, and then if the clock continues after it's been heard.
And so I'm going to ask County Council if there's an interpretation for that, if the clock keeps going, and if today the appeal is denied, if that September 8th date is sustained, and we can go ahead and move on efficiently in getting to the point of abatement, if abatement is still required.
I'm not seeing a provision that would relate to the stay of the deadline to abate by virtue by virtue of the appeal being filed. However, there is under 13-7.5, there is an extension option that your board may grant under Lake County Section 13-6, and also the fact that the hearing itself may be continued from time to time at your board's discretion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Definitely not interested in an extension at this moment in time. If the appellant claims that there's no longer any garbage and we deny the appeal and you show up and there's no garbage, then there's nothing for you to do. So I have no problems denying the appeal, giving you access to that property again to make sure that it is cleaned up. If it's not, we move forward. If it is, we're done. There's obviously a large amount of other issues attached to this that have nothing to do with this board. Some of it seem like civil issues. Some of them seem more towards almost criminal issues, but that's not within our jurisdiction. So today, just looking at what we have, we've had evidence provided to us enough to say, please go back and make sure that it is cleaned up, and if not, that we go ahead and do the abatement. My last question for this is something that I've brought up many a times, and I know that we're working towards. We ask people to get into compliance, and typically in our notice of violations, it says that if this is not complied with, that there will be a fine on a per-day basis. We are not going to change people's behaviors if we do their job instead of them doing the job that they should be doing to respect their community and their neighborhood. What are the potential for fines being attached to this? Has that process been followed to allow that?
So a notice of violation was issued at the same time as the order to abate. Although an appeal was received, we've determined to hold back on that until a determination was made at the conclusion of this hearing. And when we do go back to the property, if it is still in violation, the 30-day correction period has expired, we will then post an administrative citation, and then we will be looking to send that off to a third party that we recently contracted with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Supervisor Sabatier, if I may add, as further clarification, I did find Lake County Code Section 13-7.2, which does state that the filing of the request for a hearing, which is what's before the board today, shall stay the effectiveness of the notice of nuisance in order to abate until such time as the case has been decided by your board.
Okay.
Okay,
Don't need any more
you good?
testimony? Yeah, definitely.
Any comments from you? Okay. Would you like to make an action?
Yeah, I want to make clear, just for clarification, I know,
Your microphone, it's on, but just a
I
little.
want to make sure that Michael Green's questions were asked. So that would be a repeat offender about the garbage.
That's my understanding, that it would have to be a repeat offender. So the way I would interpret that is that you were issued a violation on one instance, and I believe it's within a certain amount of a calendar year, I believe it is. And then if there is a second notice of violation order to abate issued, that would be the repeat instance. And then at that time, we could then try to compel or enforce or enact that provision of the code that requires garbage service.
Okay. All right. Did you have a question, Mike, or are you ready?
Do you have a question?
So the action we're taking today is just relevant to denying the appeal and upholding the original notice of nuisance and the order to abate. And if the board votes in that direction, that order will move forward. There are other provisions in the Lake County Code, which I've asked questions about, and Supervisor Sabatier asked questions about, one involving administrative penalties, that's fines, that would go on top of the order to abate. The other would be if there's a repeat violation, there can be a requirement imposed for mandatory garbage service. Both of those things are costs above and beyond the actual cost of abatement that is being proposed today. With that clarification, I move that we uphold the notice of nuisance in order to abate and direct staff to move forward with the abatement process.
I'll second it.
It would be helpful if the board would determine a fair period of time. Because it was stayed, typically the board will then say this needs to be abated within 2 weeks, within 30 days.
And I'm going to ask Supervisor Simon for that. It is his district.
Yeah, well, we didn't have the discussion as the board, but it has already been stayed. The 8th was the deadline, correct? So I would say no longer than a week. 7 days.
Or at least to begin the process, because the process might take a little bit longer, but something along those lines.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
7 days.
So moved as amended by Vice Chair Simon.
Second again.
Yes, and I do re-second, yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you.
That's it, we're done with that issue.
We're done with that issue. Our next item, 6.7, 10 a.m. public hearing.
Got a pen up? I don't know if he wants to talk in between.
Oh,
For the next item, I need to recuse myself.
you're recusing yourself? Yes. Okay. Do you want to, let me get through it and
Yeah.
then you can, okay. Consideration of Appeal AB 23-1 of Planning Commission's approval of parcel map PM 22-02, appellant Scotts Valley Energy Corporation, location 7130 Red Hills Road, Kelseyville, APN 009021-7. And we've got Director Turner, but I first want to acknowledge Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, I'll be recusing myself from this item on the agenda.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Director Turner.
Good morning. We have before you another appeal. This one is I was going to get to that. This is an appeal of one condition of the conditions of approval for an previously approved parcel map. And yes, it's an appeal, so we'll stand up.
Wendy will conduct swearing in. Anyone who is here to testify on this item, please stand and raise your right hand.
With your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
So, thank you. We have Associate Planner Eric Porter here to present the staff report. We also do have a representative for the Scotts Valley Energy Corporation present in the room as well.
Mr. Jordan, would you like to come up here and have a seat? We'll start with community development and then we'll give you your opportunity after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eric Porter, Associate Planner. Good morning, everybody. And what we have before us hopefully is a kinder and gentler appeal. Scotts Valley Pomo initially submitted this application for a 4-lot land division, submitted in June 24th of last year. It was heard by the Planning Commission on May 25th of 2023. And their request was to divide a 34-acre split zone property located catty corner to Kitts Corner. The property itself has 14 acres of highway commercial along Highway 29 and 20 acres of rural residential, which is the land that they wanted to divide. So essentially it would create 5 lots, but it would be 4 buildable lots in the RR zone, and a 14-acre remainder piece that would be zoned highway commercial that would be validated through a certificate of compliance at a later date. So the Planning Commission approved them on May 25th with conditions, and one of the conditions required improvements to Red Hill Road, which involved widening the road, putting curbs, gutters, and sidewalks in, and putting down additional pavement. Mr. Jordan, representing the Scotts Valley Energy Corp., who had become the applicant, realized that it would be, in his opinion, cost prohibitive to have that condition kept in place. And so within the time frame required for an appeal, which is 15 days for a land division, Mr. Jordan submitted an appeal, submitted his rationale for why the condition was onerous, I guess, and why it should not be considered. And so his request to you is going to be to remove condition number Roman numeral 3, subsection 4, which requires improvements to Red Hill Road. Our recommendation is that we deny the appeal, keep the Planning Commission's original approval decision with the original conditions. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. And now, Mr. Jordan, I'll give you your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Board, for taking the time to hear this appeal. I'd like to just start out by saying that if I had known about the conditions before the permit was submitted to the Planning Commission, I would have addressed and asked the Planning Commission to consider this request to remove the condition, which I called condition number 4. I was not aware of this action until after the Planning Commission took its full action and I received the final report from staff. I'm not quite sure how I missed that, but that's the circumstances in which I came to conclusion that this particular condition seemed to be onerous, as Mr. Porter has indicated. As I understand in talking to the Director of Public Works, the condition applies to the whole boundary line of that section that would be involved in the parcel plan development, which again was the four sections of the rural residential area. The linear distance of that section is 1,668 feet based upon the surveyor and the maps that we are being prepared for the subdivision process or plan parcel map division process. According to what I've understood to be the case, that the road would be defined as an arterial road. Our arterial road needs to be a width of 36 feet just in the roadway pavement. The current arterial road is 22 feet, so there's an additional 7 feet of work. The work requires that additional statement, if it's an arterial road that I just found out, would be 30 feet wide from the center line, so there's an additional 11 feet from the center line that would need to be created for a total of 19 feet distance would have to be made into improvements. My calculations based upon what I submitted was a very quick, rough estimate based upon in order to get the appeal done, in order to be timely and not meet the time frame. I estimated a very high cost of square footage of the appeal, of the square footage to do construction work. I think I can justify that based upon the work that Caltrans is doing on Highway 29. Their cost per mile of renovation or road improvements of Highway 29 was $30 million. I'm 31% of one lane, and it would be one half of one lane. And when I made my calculations, and my calculations came out to be about the same as theirs would have been, which would have been about $1.2 million that I would have to spend to do this renovation. When I realized that the extension has to take in consideration, as Mr. Porter has indicated, widening to put in sidewalks and curbs and things of that nature, you would be cutting into the property that we own. And if you've been on Red Hills Road, you realize that that property is slanted with a grade elevation difference of anywhere from 8 to 10 feet from the road base to the surface of the property. To get that 30-foot width that was required, you would have to cut into that property. That would require an additional drainage program, which is already, there is a small culvert, undeveloped culvert used for the water runoff during the rainy season. That would have to meet the program specifications. You would have to most likely put in a retaining wall to keep the whole area, to meet the widening of that area for the whole distance of 1,668 feet. So if you took that into consideration of 19 feet width expansion just on one side of the roadway, and I'm not quite clear if we would be responsible to do the other side of the roadway opposite our site, you'd be looking just at one side of about 31,000 square feet. The argument becomes, what is the cost of doing 31,000 square feet of roadway improvements? I believe the number is closer to $100 a square foot. But even taking it at $10 a square foot, it would be $331,000 additional cost to place on our property an additional 9 low-income housing units. That $331,000 is probably the most conservative estimate you're going to receive. We do not have a formal invoice. We've been working on trying to get a contractor out there to consider what that total cost would be, but I suspect the 300,000 range is not unreasonable to expect. It seems to be onerous when you consider that, again, all we're adding onto the property would be 9 low-income housing units. That's all that would be accepted. If you look at Red Hills Road and you look at comparability issues, the first one is that I'm not aware of any parcel map development where there is only 9 or fewer homes included in the addition or in the change or the amendment requiring such an increase in cost to expand a public right-of-way. If you look at Boutique up at about a 3/4 of a mile south of Red Hills property off of Red Hills Road, they built a huge convention center, event center. We assume that they had an event permit to do that. An event permit obviously generates tremendous traffic, but they have no requirement on their property to do any kind of road widening. And then if you look at Red Hills Road in its entirety, from its both terminuses at Highway 29 and Highway 175, it is a continuous 2-lane highway or 2-lane arterial road as it currently exists, and there's no improvements up and down the road. So when I look at the opportunities to make a deferral, it seems to me that deferrals number 1 and 2 would still be applicable. There are not 6 residencies abutting Red Hills Road, a 1/4 of a mile in either direction. It's mostly vineyards. There is one house that I've mentioned in my application south of the property across the street. And the other issue was improvements to Red Hills Road within a 1/4 of a mile at either direction, and none of that has been done on Red Hills Road either. So it seems to me that it's logical and fair to not expect us to widen a road for an area that would have very utility and usefulness relative to the rest of the world, unless there was some program or plan to actually widen all of Red Hills Road from the 2 terminuses that I just mentioned. And I think it's for those reasons that we're asking for the appeal to be upheld and not require us to actually renovate a public right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. And I know we have Director De Leon in the Zoom room, but I want to make sure you are sworn in, and if you weren't, we can do that right now.
Good morning, Board. Yes, I actually stood and raised my right hand. So if you'd rather do it again, I'd be happy to do that.
Oh, thank you. We'll take your word.
So I'm going to presume, is Mr. Jordan done with his testimony?
Yes, Mr. De Leon, I am.
Great. Well, I'd like to address a couple of things. First of all, some clarification I think is in order. The standard that is been recommended for the project is an arterial road. It does not include curb, gutter, and sidewalk. So that is not a requirement. With respect to the development down the road, it was not subject to the subdivision standards that this particular project invokes with the division of land. In my emails, which were included in the staff report and the background information, I gave copies of the ordinance and which ones apply. And for county roads that abut property that is being subdivided, county ordinance requires that half-width improvements be performed on the road frontage. Mr. Jordan is correct. There are some deferral options depending on the zoning of the property. He correctly spelled out two of the three things with regard to improvements within certain areas or certain lengths of the property being developed. But the third item is the road commissioner needs to declare that the project does not have any impact. And my position has always been that the development of property and the addition of housing to include 9 potential homes on this piece of property is not insignificant. And therefore, I do not support the deferral. With respect to Mr. Jordan not knowing about the condition, those were our recommendations from the very beginning, and so I apologize that he did not understand what the requirement entailed. Certainly, we have a difference of opinion on the cost of improvements. Certainly, Caltrans's price per square foot includes basically new construction, and without a contractor's bid on the project, it's difficult to really know what the cost of the project is going to be. I don't want to muddy the water, but I will offer that Red Hills Road is included in the project that this board approved today for the design and reconstruction. The Red Hills Road is included in that. And perhaps as an alternative to the tribe performing the half-width improvements, we could enter into a deferral agreement of some sort that they could make a contribution to their share of any improvements that we're going to do to Red Hills Road next year as part of our pavement rehabilitation project. And I would be willing to consider something in that regards. Again, not to muddy the water and to drop that on everyone, but I just was thinking about it as Mr. Jordan was making his presentation. So I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. And again, I apologize for putting out that last minute piece of information and something for you all to consider.
Okay, thanks for bringing that up, but we approved the plans for lots and lots of roads, and I don't know that that stretch of Red Hills Road will be at the top of the list. I mean, I know you said that construction would begin on those roads next summer, but I don't know where that stretch of the road is with the priority level of so many other roads, and it very well could be several years down the road. So I just wanted to ask you that.
Well, our intention is to include Red Hills Road in a large pavement rehabilitation project for next year. And one of the items on your consent agenda today was approval of a contract with a designer to put those plans and specs together with the intent of putting that out to bid and for construction next summer. And so it would include the frontage along Mr. Jordan's property.
So what would be your recommendation of them supporting that work? What kind of fraction, what cost share? So I think we need to know that right now if we're going to make this deferment.
Well, I would probably suggest that in lieu of construction of improvements, that the tribe enter in an agreement with the County Public Works Department to pay their fair share of the cost of reconstruction of Red Hills Road along their frontage. We won't know that number, of course, until we bid the project and we know what that cost is going to be. But I can say with relative certainty that it's going to be a cheaper alternative for the Scotts Valley tribe because they will be avoiding the engineering costs and they're going to take advantage of certainly reduced unit prices because of the size of the project.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Been looking at the various parcel maps, and I'm going to propose a solution, except I don't know if it's really a solution or a compromise. But if the concern is over the expansion being required along the entire western border of this parcel, number one, is that true? I don't know. But if that was the case, would an opportunity exist after clarifying that we are just talking about the half of the road, that the section of road from the road that gives access to the parcel labeled as Pomo Way up to State Highway 29, that section of the roadway seems to be the most critical to expand, whereas the roadway south of Pomo Way, extending to the southern part of what's marked as Parcel 1, may be suitable for a deferral. I appreciate the flexibility, Director De Leon, of doing a cost sharing, but the road's inadequate as it now for an arterial. There are going to be 9 homes in there. Certainly the driveway and the ingress and egress out of that project needs to be improved, and I'm sorry if there's any culvert action that has to happen, but that's just part of it. Also in the comments, I saw the engineer noted the future need for a right-hand turn lane at the highway, and so this is a high-traffic road. I would like to see improvements above and beyond just whatever resurfacing is planned. I'd like to bring us up to code, but if I can split the baby in half somewhat, it'd be about 2/3 of the linear frontage extending from the road that enters the subdivision up to Highway 29 would be subject to the improvement requirements, and then south of Pomo Way, possibly we could defer that section, if that would be acceptable to the parties.
I think we need to stick with the recommendation. I think the question is whether or not we defer until the engineering plans are developed and do a cost share. I think we need to not redesign things on the fly. Supervisor Sabatier.
So I don't believe that any of us are builders of roads. We have a road commissioner for that purpose. I believe that there is actually no choice given to or discretion given to the Board of Supervisors on relating to this topic. This is solely in the choice of the road commissioner. I also agree with what Director De Leon described. I'm looking at the conditions of approval. They were very maybe not specific in the sense of how many linear feet needed to be improved on the roadways, but they were definitely in the conditions of approvals, and there should be never any assumptions on what those things mean, and questions should be followed by the applicants. I think that we need to meet standards rather than looking at other areas and saying, well, it's not. I feel like we have kind of a deja vu with the previous appeal that we had, but look at this other property. We need to make sure that we meet standards so that we don't come up with another issue in the future, and this is us making this happen. As far as the deferral, I feel like even if we just move forward and make 0 changes today, that doesn't prohibit Public Works to have a conversation with Scotts Valley Energy to figure out how they can work together on road improvements, rather than us moving forward today and basically saying it's all on Scotts Valley Energy. It is on Scotts Valley Energy to meet the conditions of approval, but it doesn't prohibit conversations and collaboration for future use. So I think we would be muddying the water if we did any kind of changes of deferral, in my opinion, rather than just saying, please continue the conversation outside of this, and we're going to move forward saying conditions need to be met as they were stated in the Planning Commission.
Vice Chair Simon?
Yeah, always looking for a solution, but today I don't think we were provided one. I'm kind of on the same path as Supervisor Sabatier. I think we need to, move forward today with the conditions in place. But what it sounds like, those other conversations could happen after that. And hopefully something could come back to the board. I think a MOU or something in a cost-sharing instance will definitely save on cost. We always want to do what we can to work together with any agency trying to put housing in. And it sounds like there's maybe a path forward there. So, but today, what we've been presented, I think, I'm in the position that we'll need to move forward with the conditions as is, that were approved by the Planning Commission, and then hopefully we'll see that continuation of work happen between Scotts Valley Energy and our Public Works Department at the county.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree. The whole reason we're here today is because we do have discretion, as described in the ordinance, to alter the conditions of approval or make the deferral, provided we make appropriate findings there. It'd be much easier to give that clarity today with the consideration of the board than throw this back and hope for some negotiated thing, because there ain't going to be much negotiation. Once we deny the appeal and lock these conditions in place, we can talk about phasing, and maybe that's something that could be talked about, but we can talk about phasing now too. The whole reason we're here is to bring forward a deferral request. Scotts Valley brought a request for the full deferral, but we think something less than that may be doable. Maybe the thing to do is defer to a date and time certain, allow them to meet and confer now so they can present a more fully realized compromise that would possibly have part of this roadway deferred and part of it not. But I think we're here today for the reason, and that is to impose the board's wisdom on what's happened here and not rely on some future negotiation.
Okay, well, I agree that we don't really have a lot of discretion here. We have the standards. I think we have a path forward. There is an opportunity to do some collaboration on the project coming up. The plans that have been approved, I think there's going to be significant cost savings if you work with Public Works. But I agree that this should not be part of our decision today. Supervisor Spatier.
I just wanted to ask something. This is something that's been on my mind when reviewing this item over the weekend. Right now, we're just looking at a parcel map subdivision. We're not looking at what projects are happening on each individual parcel. We're just approving the conditions of approval based on the new subdivision maps, the parcel, whatever it is, sorry. I don't have the right terminology. But in my opinion, based on state law, there could be 12 units on each individual parcel that's built out for residences. So we're talking, because state law is allowing more and more regulations that can skip the permitting process, not the building permitting process, but the use permit or anything else. This is the opportunity to make sure we set things right so that when some of those parcels grow and get more development on there, it's prepared for that growth rather than really thinking with blinders that this is solely about 6 or 9 low-income homes. This could be a lot more in the future as we keep moving forward. That's always possible without giving us that new trigger to say, now we need the road improvements. Just kind of checking in if I'm correct on that mindset or not.
I'm not sure about the specific number yet. Right now, we're going off of current state law, which would allow for a primary residence, an accessory dwelling unit, and a junior accessory dwelling unit, which is why we've been talking about the possible 9. But the development is not part of this project. Supervisor Sabatier is correct that the parcel map was approved, so the land subdivision was approved. If I could just add, after Director De Leon's input, I started taking a look at this condition, and it is rather restricted the way it is worded, because it says prior to the recording of the final map, the half width of Red Hills Road, a county-maintained road, shall be improved to conform to Lake Road Design and Construction Standard 200-A, minor arterial road. So it does not allow for what Director De Leon mentioned as a possibility, which is the meet and confer, or the process of Scotts Valley Energy Corporation talking to the Public Works and possibly just contributing to their portion of the overall road improvement in the future. Because it says prior to the recording of the final map, it means that this map can't be finished. Which means the extra parcels would not be created, which would then inhibit the housing development. It would hold them back until the road improvements are done, rather than them getting to an agreement with Public Works for something that works out for the county and the property owner. So if the board is amenable, and if Lloyd thinks it's okay, I worked out a possible amendment to this condition that would then read, prior to the recording of the final map, developer shall submit payment to the Department of Public Works for the half width of Red Hills Road, a county-maintained road, improvements to conform to the Lake Road Design and Construction Standard 200-A, minor arterial road, or complete the required improvements. That way, it would give the Scotts Valley Energy Corporation the ability to either go forward, work with Public Works, find something that is amenable to both, or complete those requirements, those road improvements prior to recordation of that final parcel map. It just adds a little bit of room.
What do you think, Lloyd?
That would be fine. In essence, it would result in, for purposes of this appeal, granting the appeal in part with the modification to the permit or the specified conditions outlined as Director Turner has outlined them.
Scott, does that work for you?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I didn't have a problem with Supervisor Sabatier's recommendation either, which effectively does the same thing, only now with Director Turner's suggestion that latitude to find an alternative way to accomplish the widening is put into the condition, as opposed to Scotts Valley Tribe and my department working out getting the same thing accomplished. I think it's either one will work, and I appreciate the board's consensus in allowing us the opportunity to find an alternative way to accomplish the same thing. It will, I'm certain that we can get that done.
Okay. And once the engineering plans have been completed for this part of the road, you'll have a cost estimate that you can work on with Scotts Valley Energy.
Yes. And with respect to timing, and I'm not disagreeing with Director Turner at all. With respect to timing, if the tribe started their designs today, they're probably not going to be ready for construction until next construction season anyway. So they're probably going to end up happening about the same time. But her suggestion and recommended modified condition would allow the tribe an opportunity to get the map recorded sooner. And so, again, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Green.
Just real quickly, so if we modify the condition and add the ability to pay for the improvements, can the map record just based on the payment, or does the map record at the time the road is actually improved?
Payment, right?
Possibly payment.
Can we do that? Can we accept payment in the present tense, get a map approved, not really knowing what the county's schedule is for doing the improvement? Does that substantially conform with the ordinance that says the developer has to comply with, what was it, 200A? In essence, we are deferring 200A by doing a cost share and putting us on the county schedule. So can we record the map if the county has not yet scheduled the 200A construction, even if they have received payment?
A map can be recorded upon satisfaction of all outstanding conditions of approval. So if we amended the condition of approval to include a payment of the property owner's responsibility area in that road improvement, that would satisfy the condition.
Is Mr. Jordan able to buy into that today?
I certainly appreciate the thoughtful consideration that the board has given, as well as the director, Mr. De Leon, and Director Turner. I would just add a third option, which is not knowing what that price is, not understanding that Scotts Valley has no funding to pay for any of this kind of construction, whether it would be $10,000 or $1 million, whatever the range is. The third option might be that we simply withdraw the application entirely and not continue forward with the subdivision. Yeah. And we would remain with the three buildable houses that we are allowed on the property at the moment. That would be a third option that your board may need to understand. So it really depend on what that engineering cost is, what that price is, and where we would be able to find those dollars, because we don't have discretionary dollars like several of the other tribes have.
Well, that would be your option if you don't choose to go forward. But for today's purposes, it sounds like we have a consensus.
And I believe it's 2 years if there's no
2 years.
So no activity on an
The
application.
amendment
Okay.
opportunity.
Right, so
do
we can make a motion but to do this, but that will be your choice.
Right, and then I would just ask that it's understood that we'd like to move forward and establish the third house that the current zoning allows for.
Okay, so are we ready for action?
I'm good.
Okay. It's my district, so Vice Chair Simon, would you?
Just one clarification. Is this a 4/5 vote that we'll need on this one? Just want to ask. Just in case.
Don't believe so. So the default would be a 3/5, a majority
Okay.
vote.
All right, just thought I'd ask a question.
And just as a soft reminder for the board, since this is a decision to either grant or deny the appeal, that specific identified grounds be made, mainly on the staff, on the recommendations made on the staff reports. That should be reflected in the board's motion. And I believe the sample motion language has been provided in the report.
In report 1 here, let me see. Got this. Got it. I know, yeah. Real simple. All right. So we're going to, all right, move that the Board of Supervisors make an intended decision to partially deny the appeal or deny the appeal?
It would be,
And how do you change something if you're doing that?
it would be to grant the appeal in part and modify the permit based on the amendments proposed by Director Turner, and that decision would be based on the grounds specified in the staff report, subject to said proposed amendment outlined by Director Turner.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be
Thank you, Supervisors.
That's what you get for being vice.
got our 10:30 item.
Let me go get
We're gonna take a 5-minute break and bring Supervisor Crandall back. Yep, she's running today. Okay, welcome back.
Well, thank you.
6.8, 10:30 a.m. Public hearing, consideration of draft ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Lake County Code relating to permitting, agriculture exempt and temporary cannabis processing structures, and amending Chapter 27 of Lake County Code regarding mitigation fees, and amending Article 68 of the zoning code regarding definitions of temporary building types. Director Turner.
Thank you, Director Turner, Community Development Director. I also have with me our Code Enforcement Manager, Andrew Amelung. No, I don't. Our Cannabis Program Manager, Andrew Amelung. Sorry. And also, I wanted to thank a couple members of our Cannabis Ordinance Task Force for joining us today. We have Rebecca Harper, who sits in the Farm Bureau chair, and Jennifer Smith, who represents LCCA?
Correct.
Yes, Lake County Cannabis Alliance. Alliance? Yeah, Alliance. The ordinance that the board gave us to take through review process has been well vetted at numerous meetings from the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force, as well as the Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission. And to go over it in detail, as well as address any environmental analysis or results, I will turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you. This is Andrew Amelong, the Cannabis Program Manager. As you know, this ordinance would primarily allow a path for our approved cultivators to pursue temporary processing structures. An additional aspect of it was covered for ag exempt structures. However, I'm going to let my director speak to that as I wrap up towards the end. But the primary focus here is processing structures, temporary processing structures. The regulations included cover application requirements, setback requirements, allowable footprint size, slope requirements, electrical limitations, and inspection requirements, guidelines for the use of generators, as well as limitations on the duration of use. As you know, a little background, the resolution that started this process was approved on September 27, 2022 by the board, and then sent to the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force for review and recommendations. They reviewed it between October and January. The recommendations were then taken to the Agricultural Advisory Committee on February 27, 2023, and then to the Planning Commission on April 18, 2023. And then, as you probably remember, between April and May, it came to the board and was discussed extensively and continued as well a handful of times. And then ultimately, some of the aspects of the original ordinance were decoupled. Whereas some parts of it could be categorically exempt, those parts moved forward. The other parts were determined that they needed to undergo a CEQA review, which we completed over the summer, and now we are returning with our findings. So the project setting was essentially triggered from an increase in demand in these temporary structures from our approved projects. For the most part, many of these approved projects included a permanent processing facility or structure. However, due to market conditions and in the cannabis industry falling in 2021, combined with increased construction costs, have been very prohibitive for our approved cultivators to basically implement their permanent processing structure, which is why they're pursuing these temporary structures to serve as a bridge until they can get to the point to construct their permanent structure. Furthermore, just countywide, we are looking at 141 approved use permits. Of those 141 approved permits, 107 are for outdoor cultivation, while 25 are for mixed light or indoor, and the rest are for manufacturing, processing, and retail sales. As part of the analysis, staff looked at general plan conformity, which included Chapter 3 on growth and development, policies taken from Chapter 3 and applied for consistency with the general plan include permitting procedure regulations, agricultural buffers, and diverse economic base. Chapter 7 was also covered for health and safety, And policies reviewed for consistency with the general plan include development constraints, interagency coordination, development requirements, contamination prevention, and inspection of hazardous material handlers and waste generators. And finally, Chapter 8 was also covered for noise. Policies reviewed for consistency include noise compatibility guidelines and sensitive receptors. The zoning ordinance conformity and general requirements were also covered, and given the fact that this is really only applicable to approved projects that have already met the standards of Chapter 21, the zoning ordinance, it was found that the proposed ordinance was consistent with our zoning ordinance conformity. In terms of environmental analysis, an initial study was conducted and a negative declaration was determined to be the case due to the existing regulations and the applicability only on approved projects that have already undergone a CEQA evaluation. There are a handful of comments and concerns which I'll briefly get through, then we can open it up for a broader conversation. There's still aspects of this that probably people still have questions about, and I imagine the discussion could help clarify some of the issues. So let's see here. The first concern would be the temporary nature. We did receive your comment, your email. There's language that covered 3 years for these temporary structures, but then there was also language in some of the recommendations that followed 60 days. I believe that stemmed with the initial idea to open up a temporary processing facility for 60 days during the harvest season, so once per year, especially for our outdoor cultivators, and they could do that for up to 3 years. However, through further recommendations, I believe Director Turner can clarify this, is that the recommendations also included being able to use, especially in the terms of the containers, to be able to keep them on site and use them for storage when not in use for processing. Which again, as you guys know, but just for everyone listening to clarify, the 2 primary temporary structures proposed through this would be containers for processing as well as general purpose tents for processing. Another clarification, in the draft ordinance, there was language that talked about a 50-foot setback. However, all of our cannabis cultivation sites are required to have a 100-foot setback from the property line, so they would be upheld to that 100-foot, or most likely they have already met that 100-foot setback. In addition to that, there's also a 200-foot setback from residences, which these approved projects would have met. Further comments, there was some comments from the public, some confusion on processing versus drying. In those terms, the task force did make the recommendation to go with a drying structure ordinance. As the ordinance moved through various rounds of recommendation and review, it was ultimately decided to go with the word processing based on the DCC description for cultivation processing, which includes trimming, curing, drying, grading of the cannabis, packaging, or labeling cannabis. So we can expect that a variety of those activities would be involved. So if we just use the word drying, then that could technically limit somebody from bucking and trimming. So furthermore, let's see here. Okay, ag exempt structures. I do have some comments on those, but I'll hold off on those until Director Turner can address the fact that it was stricken from the previous ordinance. There is some language in the current clean version of it that was attached at the end of it, at the end of that ordinance. But yeah, I'm just going to hold off on that topic for a moment. There's a couple more to get to. There was some confusion about the terms for mechanical equipment, especially in the initial study, which often referenced air filtration. However, we can expect that mechanical equipment and systems are primarily there for climate control. So we should ensure that that language encompasses fans for drying, dehumidifiers, and associated electrical and mechanical equipment. So technically a fan under building codes is a mechanical equipment. So let's see, a couple more items. Allowable use. There was a few, one question from the public, where are these going to be? How is this applied? Are we opening up new spaces for these structures? The answer is no. They would not be allowed outside of an already approved cultivation area. Should they wish to pursue one outside of that, that would be an amendment of a use permit, which would require a new CEQA evaluation for that footprint outside of what's already been approved. Furthermore, for pending projects who wish to incorporate this, well, they still have the opportunity to incorporate into their plans as part of their use permit. So, let's see. Oh, one other note. I did notice there was some language at the end of the ordinance that still referenced categorical exemption. However, under CEQA section 15378, the approval of this ordinance was determined to be, by definition, a project, in which case it could have potential environmental impacts. So we did move forward with the initial study. So I just wanted to clarify that. In terms of ag exempt structures, do you want to take that one over?
Thank you. Both the Board of Supervisors and the State of California consider cannabis to be an agricultural product. Because of that, when I first returned to Lake County as Deputy Director and was processing or signing on ag exempt permits, it did not occur to me that actually we wouldn't already have considered cannabis to be appropriate for an ag exempt structure. So there have been a few that I've just compared to the criteria that are required for an ag exempt structure, the minimum parcel size, the ongoing commercial agricultural use, and so I signed off on them. Hoping that wasn't a big, huge blunder. Since then, I have not done it since we've been working on this ordinance. However, I would want to point out that it was the unified recommendation of the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force, the Ag Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission that we retain the ag exempt guidelines and requirements as they currently stand and just allow cannabis, commercial cannabis permittees to be able to apply for an ag exempt structure just like any other farmer. So that is why it was stricken from in your red line, it was just removed because the red line version reflects sort of the track changes version of the different recommendations, whereas the clean version integrates the recommendations from those three bodies. The draft ordinance does include a few typographical errors and areas that were expressed of concern on County Council when they were doing their review for this hearing. And so I would also defer to County Council regarding a few of the tweaks that need to be corrected to see if they actually count as substantive changes. If not, then the recommendation of this department is the approval of the CEQA analysis, our initial study by the board, as well as approving a first reading of this ordinance. Thank you.
One further comment concerning your question about line 16, page 4, where it states shipping containers, it should state general purpose tents. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're talking about letter H? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, did you have anything to add, Lloyd?
Yes, so upon review of the ordinance that was attached to the agenda item packet for this, there appears to be some substantive changes coming out of our office's review of this, and in addition to some of the more minor typographical corrections. So, and some of the points of clarifications may necessitate some follow-up discussions between the two offices, our office and Community Development Department. So one option for your board, since it is in the first reading of the ordinance, is to continue this, the first reading of this to a specific date and time, give staff enough time to have clarifying discussions, and so on the continuance date, there would be a version of this that would incorporate all of the changes as well as CDD staff's references, the comments made by CDD staff in presentation for this item. So that is one option for your board.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
So a couple of questions. There's some differences in how I see shipping containers being done versus the general purpose tent. I know that I do see a maximum of 3 years on the shipping containers, but I don't see a maximum of 3 years for the general purpose tent.
2 years.
I no more than 2 times, but is that too, like, it doesn't say 60 days out of the calendar year, so if you do some in October or November, you can do them again in January or February if you still need them, and then you're done. I'm just kind of, it's different language that's used rather than kind of a conforming language for both. And why 2 times rather than 3 times when one of them's 3 years and one of them's 2 years? Just kind of curious as the difference there.
Yep, I think that was a question in my email as well.
The discussion, and if the Cannabis Task Force members would like to chime in on this one, it's my remembrance that the discussion for keeping the shipping containers for an extended period of times was actually limited only to shipping containers and being able to use them for storage outside of that 3-year time. We had no such discussion regarding maintaining a temporary drying tent or a temporary tent over a 3-year period. So that's why the change was made only to that one. But I'll welcome any input from task force members.
I haven't used one of these before, so first time. Okay. Yeah, so I would just agree with Maria. I think that the reason there's a discrepancy, if you will, between that is just because of the more permanent nature of a shipping container as opposed to a tent. There may be instances where shipping containers could be used for other purposes, whereas tents typically are of a more temporary nature. So I think that's really the only reason for that difference.
Okay. Just going through here. So just want to be clear that shipping containers, and I know there was a question that we received about power generators. Obviously, nothing prohibits anybody from using other alternative powers. This is just making a state like a solar or anything else like that. This is solely saying that generators are available or allowed as long as you meet these criteria. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. Additionally, there was conversation at the Cannabis Task Force level that did not make it into this ordinance, and the request was that generators be dealt with instead of sort of piecemealing and for separate uses, if the generators themselves, the regulations surrounding them, become more universal for all different uses. But since that didn't directly belong in this ordinance, it was set aside as a side recommendation.
Okay. And then the reason I brought up the power issue is we are changing the ag exempt description in our fire mitigation fees and saying that if there's power attached, that fire mitigation fees will be due. I just want to make sure I'm reading that correctly.
The use of electrical in an ag exempt structure does require a building permit for the electrical. That is where the fire districts would be notified of that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure and clarify on that. Then there was a statement by Mr. Amelong that it's processing, not drying, but yet the title is dry shed. Do we need to say processing shed? Does that matter? Just kind of curious, since it seems very specific about the activity in the title.
Should say processing.
I can speak to that. Yes, I would prefer to use the term processing.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if it was changed already or if you were asking us to make that amendment on what was already provided to us.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, we can make that change to the language within the ordinance, whereas the initial study and the staff report provided refer to processing structures. So.
Okay. And then I have 2 last questions. One of the things that I know was submitted originally to the group to review, and I'm not going to argue it right now, but I just want to make sure that it's put out there. We are approving farms that are between 10 and 5 acres right now for up to like 10,000 square feet or whatever it is that the maximum square footage is for cannabis farms. And I know that the ag exempt, I believe, starts at 10 acres. And so we may have farms that do not have access to that. Have we heard from those farms about the unavailability of accessing an ag exempt structure such as a container or a general purpose tent?
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind is that the recommendation would be 10% of the canopy area would be the limitation for the processing structures, whether tents or containers or ag exempt structures combined, a variety of those. Keep in mind that for outdoor cultivation, there's a 20-to-1 ratio. For 1 acre of cannabis canopy, you need 20 acres within your parcel. So let's say a 5-acre activity of canopy would essentially have 20 times that acreage. So the parcels are most likely going to meet that requirement. However, there is a recommendation to bring it down to 5-acre minimums, especially when you get into the specialty cottage use permits, as well as some of the mixed light use permits, which tend to be smaller operations.
Yeah, and I'm thinking just your general farm as well. We'd like to motivate people to get involved in our ag industry, and sometimes it doesn't start off with 20 acres or 100 acres, and if you start off with 5, still having access to that ag exempt. So just something in the future to think about. If we didn't change at all the definition of ag exempt and it's still the same, then it's still, you have to meet the 10 acres in order to be to access an ag exempt building. And I think anybody who's farming, no matter if they have 5 acres or less than 10 acres, should have access to that in order to have equity in how they can run their business and be successful.
And my understanding that that recommendation was considered, but I don't think it's part of this ordinance. We're gonna be bringing that back to you at a later date, I believe.
I just wanted to make the statement. And then the last one, just to understand you correctly, this is a negative declaration. The CEQA exemption language is still there as far as the ordinance itself.
Yes, that was my last comment when I was giving the overview that.
Like Section 5, the proposed ordinance is exempt under CEQA guidelines. At that point, that language needs to be changed to say the specifics of the findings of the initial study?
Correct.
Okay.
It was not exempt, so we didn't undergo an initial study.
Okay.
Andrew did a great job with his staff report and with the CEQA evaluation. Modifying the ordinance was my job. Sorry.
Oh, I do have one last thing. When we create new laws, there's times of a period of non-enforceability. I know that this may come back to us for another first reading because of the amount of adjustments we're making, but I also know that we're getting into the time period where people are going to want to dry and start drying, and I know that there could be a time for education and a time to try to get people in the fold, but not go after people and start fining people for not meeting exactly the recommendations that are here, and then maybe looking at next year as starting the enforceability, just offering that as a potential avenue in the midst of where we are in the season at this moment in time.
Thank you. That is consistent with how we have been handling this year's compliance monitoring. If we see things that could be covered in this ordinance, we're waiting on enforcement on that. But I do appreciate if that is supported by the board. That helps us out a lot.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Supervisor Green.
Thank you. Appreciate the hard work by staff and also the task force. Thank you for joining us. It's cool. We didn't do that back in the day. It's good to see you here. I heard you say that all these temporary structures would be within the footprint of an approved cultivation area subject to a use permit. But this language doesn't expressly say that, and one reason there may be confusion is it does call out some setbacks, but not all of the setbacks in our original commercial ordinance. So if we're going to put the requirement that it has to be within an approved cultivation area, then that should probably be made an express requirement, if only because it is going to support the neg deck on the initial study, that any of the temporary structures described in this ordinance will be within a previously approved cultivation area that was subject to CEQA review, and that the temporary use will not negate the findings made on that approved use. But as currently drafted, I'm seeing not necessarily a typo, but maybe an oversight We took pains in the hoop house ordinance to make clear that it only applied to commercial cannabis applicants and not to agricultural generally. On page 2 of the draft ordinance, under 1B, it says, in addition to those conducting agricultural operations, applicants with approved cannabis cultivation permits can apply for the temporary ag structure permit. So is that an oversight that should be remedied to make clear that just like the hoop house ordinance, this ordinance pertaining to tents and generators is only going to apply to commercial cannabis operators with a valid use permit? That's one question. I'll let you chew on that. And 2 more.
Can we just, let's
Okay.
just get to this question?
We proceeded with this ordinance in regards specific to cannabis processing.
And I think that's correct. And in that case, I would suggest that introductory clause in that paragraph be stricken. The other ordinance did also impose a requirement for surety bonds. I don't see that requirement here. So if this is getting morphed into the larger ordinance, and that will also apply to this, maybe it's just, I need some reference there in the staff report to make sure that surety bonds would be required, certainly in the case of shipping containers. And my last thing, I do agree with the comment, we should probably take a look at generators generally. I would like to see an express requirement, even if it's only parroting the idea that there has to be a 200-foot minimum setback from any off-site residence. We may need to repeat that idea. And if I were to go above and beyond where we are currently with the commercial ordinance, I'd suggest a requirement of a sound muffling enclosure around any generator that's used for continuous purposes. But that's this. Surety bond, making sure this applies only to commercial cannabis, and maybe some clarification on setbacks, and maybe the addition of sound muffling enclosures.
Well, the surety bonds we talked about because there's so much plastic being left. And I don't know that it's necessary for the containers that will be converted into storage in a tent that will be taken down.
I'm going to strongly push for that. Those containers, they multiply like gerbils, and they are messy and they are rusty. And even if it is common practice in the industry, it's not a common practice we want to encourage. And we certainly want to have the ability to remove those if they're not in compliance. Surety bond is where we do that.
Okay, but there
Can I add some
are
clarification?
standards for containers if they're not being used. So again, I think there's other vehicles to deal with that.
Can I just add some brief clarification, at least my understanding of why there's not necessarily a statement or a clause distinguishing whether these requirements apply to traditional operations or cannabis operations? It's just my understanding that because this is a cannabis ordinance specifically, there's not necessarily a need for a statement of that nature. I think it's kind of, should be somewhat obvious.
Mm-hmm. Okay, do we have any other comments from the board? Supervisor Splatien?
I'll just add that I would prefer not having redundancy within this document versus what's in our general commercial cultivation ordinance, because if we change one and we forget to change the other, obviously you have to have the permission to do commercial cultivation in order to meet this, and we're not going to forget the other standards. So I don't think there's a need to duplicate language that is already in one ordinance. I think staff is used to dealing with different layers of different ordinances in order to accomplish the goal of any project that's brought to them. So I'm not in favor of adding the distance or changing any setbacks in order to share again what's written in a different document that you're obviously going to abide to and apply to this stuff.
Yes, that was in large part what supported the negative declaration and the fact where other environmental impacts were covered. Article 27, Section 13AT for commercial cannabis activities has language that covers basically all the regulations. They already exist, so there wasn't much of a need to add them into this ordinance. So.
And similarly, we have language on decibel levels for
Correct.
things of generators already, whether that's in Air District or that's in your pockets, I don't know. but those already exist. So I don't think there's a need for another redundancy of rules and regulations that exist elsewhere.
That is correct, and there are various activities that allow for various decibels according to our county code. However, this would just be the standard decibel requirements. I believe it's 55 decibels during daytime hours, the specific hours I'm not sure of at the moment, but then 45 decibels at the property line during evening hours. So they would be limited to that. If that would require some type of noise insulation around the generator, then that would be the case for that project. So.
Thank you. All right, I will open it up for public input. If anyone would like to come up, state your name and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Pyska and Board. I'm Sarah Bodner, Policy Director for LCCA. I wanted to say thank you to this board for the creation of the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force, which really originated around this body of work, which was creating a workable temporary drying structures ordinance for the industry. And I would share with all of you that of all the community groups that I've participated in since 2016, since Prop 64 has been adopted, I think this has been the most constructive community group of stakeholders that have come together around setting policy. And for appointing the community members, this has been an exceptional experience of people really coming to the table to have a discourse that's been absent in the history of policymaking, where we've got fire and ag and neighbors and CDD and the industry sitting around a table together. It has allowed for education, for cannabis operators to explain what it's like to grow and dry and sell cannabis in today's market. So I think the policy you have in front of you is born of that, and it's a testament to this county's commitment to getting it done. I don't have to belabor how long it has taken us to get here. And I'm slightly discouraged to hear that at this late stage, County Council has some issues with the language, and I wish that had already been reviewed before it got here, but nonetheless, let's do it right. I think this is a giant step forward in terms of setting holistic policy, where we've got the pieces now clicking together instead of having, a piecemeal approach to policy setting. And that hopefully once we have done this right, this is going to provide a much clearer roadmap for operators, not just, for next season, but for many seasons to come. And that as we continue with the rest of the Cannabis Task Force's work, all of the pieces are going to start to click together like this. So I think this is a turning point. And I just wanted to acknowledge, the staff for participating in this process, the community members who, as volunteers, have come to meetings every 2 weeks for I think a year now, and for the board for making space for that community dialogue, because I think the result is something that has allowed a lot of community members to raise concerns, have them heard, have them addressed, and then move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else?
Michael Wagner, thank you everybody for seeing this stuff come forward. It's been a long road to get here. With that, I think we should move forward in the proper manner so that all the hard work that got us to this point, that we don't miss an I or miss a T, as it were. So with that, I wanted to point out a couple of things that I think might be something just to take a note of, since it does seem like there are some consistencies that we don't make sure do or wind up in that policy that you guys are working on. So one of the things that I noticed is exits are no more than 20 feet from any point in the structure. I'm not sure why or how that got in there as a specific amount, but I just don't know what 20 feet would have to do with the use of the structure. I do understand there needing to be an equivalency or some kind of measurement that's used for safety standards. I don't know that 20 feet is the correct amount, but I think it's something we should take note of, because these rules that you guys are making turn into functional, real things that people are building. So thinking of how that gets applied or is looked at ultimately turns into dollars that people are going to spend. So it's just a point. It also, we've talked a little bit about shipping containers, but the other half of this is drying tents in general, and specifically the requirement for it to have a dirt floor. When it comes to testing for microbials, for everybody going to market, if you have fans and dirt floors, you are bound to ruin your microbial scanning or screening for laboratory processes. So I think that intrinsically that is a problem. Having a dirt floor and fans blowing, you're going to have dirt and microbes that wind up on the cannabis, and ultimately they won't pass their state required laboratory processes. The generators, which I really appreciate that that's been noted, because that is a nice alternative or something that people can use. It says Tier 4 is highly recommended. I might think that it should say is required, just for point of reason. The language around heavy fire resistant canvas material is kind of an open-ended bit of language that I'd like to see either a specific to the type of material that it has to be, just so that people don't waste their money or their time in going and putting up something that ultimately the county doesn't see it as fitting that requirement, because the requirement is kind of open. Thank you.
Your time's up. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the chambers? Do we have anyone in the Zoom room? We've got some hands up. We'll start with Nara. You can unmute and have 3 minutes.
Right. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. I serve as your appointee for the cannabis industry seat on the task force, though I'm not speaking on behalf of that body today. I do want to thank you for putting this task force together. It is it's really starting to produce some great work with all the important stakeholders at the table from the very beginning. And so I think what we're sending forward is vetted and still goes through other policy committees before it comes to you. Just wanted to address quickly some of Supervisor Green's concerns. I would say the need to specify cannabis or a need for violations. I think that can be handled in the development standards portion of the ordinance, which is being reworked at some time, hopefully in the very near future. There's conditions of approval, there's development standards, and there's also a section on violations and enforcement. And that's where probably surety bond language could apply to entire segments of the cannabis ordinance of that chapter. And that anything within that chapter would be applied to cannabis, because that's the title of the code. So I wouldn't worry about anybody wanting to be enforced like cannabis is, and choosing to follow cannabis code. But again, thanks for your thought. Wish we had been able to get something together for this season. But appreciate that we have something moving forward that's going to last for a while. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Nara. And next we have Damian Ramirez.
Hello. Thank you for your time, Board of Supervisors. This is Damian Ramirez here. Looks like there's been a lot of progress done, and I appreciate all the hard work from everyone involved. The task force has been a wonderful step in the right direction. A couple things that just come out to me. I am a little concerned with the language when it comes to the mechanical installations being prohibited except for odor control systems. There's a couple essential items for an effective drying structure. You would need dehumidifiers, you would need fans, you would potentially need heaters or air conditioning. So if we're doing this to help the industry process their product properly, we probably need to allow them to have the proper tools to do that. I'm sure that shouldn't be too difficult since these are going to be under inspections and standard permits for electrical installations. So just wanted to make note of that. Just a brief response to Mr. Wagner's comment on Tier 4F required. Doesn't seem to make too much sense. You need to comply with the applicable air toxic control measures. So what those are, what the requirements are, it kind of speaks for itself there. If the county wants to recommend something, I guess that's they're well in their ability to do that. And the generators is just, I just want to thank you for including them in here. You know, when the cannabis exclusionary map was drawn up, it's put a lot of farms in very remote locations without traditional, you know, access to traditional electricity. So I appreciate that in there. That is imperative for a lot of operators within the county. And other than that, I just want to once again thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you, Damien. Okay, if we have no further public comment, I will bring it back to the board. It sounds like we need to continue this. Need a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Spatier.
I just wanted to respond to some of the comments. I know that I worked on the original resolution and ordinance that was sent to the group. Appreciate the work that's been done to bring it back to us in this shape and form. But I know that the 20 feet came from our building inspector. I don't know if that's a specific standard, but I wouldn't know any better than to just have faith in our building inspector to know what the fire code is and that 20 feet is the accurate amount. And the Tier 4F comes directly from a quoted portion of an email from our Air Quality District Chief Officer, Doug Gerhardt, who provided that for us to put inside the ordinance itself. So I think it makes perfect sense. I did want to bring up one thing. We did receive an email with a comment about it seems picky, but at the same time, it does make sense. The color of the general purpose tents, is it possible to make a request for something that's a little bit more on the natural side of colors than something that would stand out and I don't know. There was obviously an issue within a community where the tents were a little bit more obvious than they would have liked it to be. And so just curious if that's something that we can place in there or if there's already other regulations that can be utilized for that.
We do not have other regulations. That would come under more like design guidelines, which we don't do for this sort of thing. But should it be the will of the board, that would be one of the amendments we would work on before we bring it back to you at the next hearing.
I'm not in favor of that.
Okay.
I think it's.
And furthermore, these projects are approved and they've undergone
Right.
aesthetic review under a previous initial study. So the changes in impact from the permanent structure to the temporary structure most likely will not be significant. Furthermore, also just a note on generators at the state level. According to DCC, larger industrial and commercial type generators of 50 horsepower or more are allowed as a regular use. However, smaller consumer type generators, less than 50 horsepower, are only allowed as emergency use only or potentially limited use, which is less than 80 hours or less. So on the state level, they're going to be required to have more of the industrial level generators that are more efficient and less impactful.
Thank you.
So I have one last question. For applicants who applied a long time ago and didn't have dry sheds, whether temporary or not, within their site plan, is that going to, can you come back and let us know when you come back next week, hopefully, to let us know what that process is? Do they need to update their application? Is it just a layer on top where it's not a full update of their original application? Just so people are aware of what that process might actually entail versus those that have already added a dry shed within their application that was approved by the Planning Commission. I just think it'd be nice for everybody to know their pathway and avenues that they need to follow.
feel like I have an answer for that, but I'll hold off, and yes, we will look at it.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. The Cannabis Ordinance Task Force welcomes all public comments. So, and I think, you know, if you sit in on the meetings, you'll see that our group really tries to consider all public comments and even kind of prolongs our discussion based around what the public input is. So to me, it can be upsetting sometimes, especially when we come to the Board of Supervisors. The comments we hear are usually from people who do not participate in that opportunity. So I would just encourage any members of the public who don't already tune into our meetings to do so and to provide your comments, especially those that were provided today and comments of similar nature to that group at that time. That would be really helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and with regard to that statement, I've been given a lot of feedback from some folks that have basically given public input that they're not afforded that opportunity. I know that at times they say that there's very difficulty to have more than 3 minutes, or even with the Zoom link and whatnot. That's just the feedback I'm getting, so I just want to make sure. I'm not sure if we're having more meetings with the group, but if so, let's try and do a better job with that if that's the case. You know, if not, explain why, or I'm just giving you the feedback that I get.
Yeah, of course. And I would say just out of the policy groups and advisory groups that I've sat on, I think that this task force specifically has been one that's maybe the most accommodating to public input, in my opinion. We haven't enforced any real structure or limitations on input that can be provided. So I think, in my opinion, there's been lots of opportunity for public comment. I know sometimes as a member of the public, it can be hard to get the information that you'd like across and feel heard. But I do feel that the group has been taking public comment seriously. And so I would just encourage those members of the public to also reach out to their representative on the task force, whether they're members of the agriculture community, members of the cannabis industry, or North or South Lake residents, to utilize their representatives as well.
I think the group that we're speaking of probably doesn't feel as if they have a representative, if that makes any sense. And just not saying this is happening here, but coming from different committees that we're on with ad hoc working groups, sometimes we're put in that position to not be heard, or some of the information is slated towards, bias studies or anything like that. Not saying it's happening. I'm just saying we've witnessed that type of behavior in different committees that we're on outside of the county. So just want to make sure that giving that extra step sometimes is good. And so if you're doing that, I appreciate it, because that eliminates that type of speculation, if you will. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And maybe if you or another supervisor wants to sit in on one of our meetings, and, even if it's just a conversation with me afterward where you provide some feedback on ways that you think we could improve our process, that's also welcome, at least from my perspective.
I've refrained from going because I don't want to, it's an ad hoc work group, and I don't want to do that. It's not right.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Just, I know we're going to continue this to go over the language, so I just want to point out that going back again to the ordinance we passed for temporary hoop structures, which is called out on our May 16th agenda, both the clean version of that ordinance and the red line version of that ordinance. So if we're to be consistent with the board's prior approach with that ordinance, the clause I mentioned, again on page 2 of today's draft ordinance, starting with the sentence, in addition to those conducting ag operations. That clause was stricken in the Hoop House ordinance on May 16th, and I think would be appropriate to continue that when we take a look at cleaning this up and bringing it back. So just wanted to point that out. And I believe where that language came from was the original resolution in 2022 that had some draft ordinance language. So we strict that particular clause in the Hoop House ordinance, and I think it would be appropriate to be consistent with that approach with this.
My personal opinion is, if by chance somebody not doing cannabis cultivation would like a temporary building for a moment, this allows them to do so. So I don't know why we'd have to take it out. It's not like we're forcing people to use something. This is helping an industry and also a random potential if somebody has a need or a use for it on a temporary basis going through a normal process. I don't think this restricts the ag industry if we leave those words behind, and it just leaves a potential opportunity. If there's a fire, if there's another natural event that puts them in a position where they need something temporarily, this is right here.
And we had that discussion in May, and as was stated then, and we can repeat today, ag industry very clearly did not want the hoop house ordinance typically applicable in any way to traditional agricultural operations. We respected that input in May, and I happen to agree. You know, if somebody else in a non-cannabis thing thinks they can do this, there's nothing in the county code actually that prohibits them from using tents or shipping containers right now. The original ordinance passed in May took the then recommendations of the ag industry that they didn't want any part of it. And unless that input has changed on this, then they probably don't want any part of this ordinance either.
I'm just going to ask, is there consensus on Supervisor Green's request?
Oh, no. I thought you meant to move till next week.
Okay, so there's no consensus on that request.
If I may?
Yes.
One of the reasons for the difference is the hoop houses felt like a restriction to the ag industry for things they already use. Here, this is not something that exists. It's new. And so this would not create a restriction without going through their process. So this is why I think it's perfectly fine to move forward as is.
When is this time certain?
11 o'clock on the 26th.
Who would like to make the motion? Vice Chair Simon.
Yep. I'd like to move this item to September 26th at 11 a.m.
And
for a time certain.
And just for added clarification, that would be the first reading of this ordinance.
Oh, I'd like to move the first reading of this ordinance to September 26th at 11 a.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. All right, we are just about at 12:30, so we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break, coming back at 1:30 for our next timed item
Thank you.
for our public hearing, recommended budget. See everybody in an hour. Okay, welcome back. We are going to start with our 6.9 item, 1:30 p.m. public hearing continued from, wait, is that the right one? Yes, okay. Continued from September 12th, 2023, consideration of the final recommended budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 for the County of Lake and special districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. And I will pass this off to our admin and Assistant CAO, Stephen Carter.
Thank you, Board. And actually, I'm not going to say much before I pass it along and introduce you to Casey Moreno, who is our new Deputy County Administrative Officer over Finance and Budget. And I'll turn it over to her.
It's just on.
Sorry. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, so we are pleased to present for your board's consideration the fiscal year 2023-24 final recommended budget. This memorandum is intended to serve as an update to our July 9, 2023 memorandum introducing the fiscal year 2023-24 recommended budget. For your reference, the memorandum is also attached to your agenda packet as much of it is still applicable. So now I will start with a summary of the revenues, starting with the interest. So on August 15th, your board requested a review of the interest revenues. As you can see, the 2022-23 overall interest was just over $5.9 million. The county interest was almost $4 million, $3.886. The non-county interest was just over $2 million. That is a significant jump from 2021-22, which was the overall interest was just under $1 million. For reference, we went back 11 years to see what the interest has been. And as you can see, in 2019, there was a significant jump, and that was due to the investments that came due and were not reinvested, which is why you see that huge spike there. Then it drops down due to those investments not being reinvested. And then currently, the last fiscal year at 22-23, it was significantly higher. We do anticipate that the revenues will even out and become more consistent in the future. Next, we'll go into the fund balance available or carryover. So the estimated FBA decreased by just over $11 million from the prior year, 22-23, which still leaves $31 million in FBA. Just over $17 million of that was already approved allocations at recommended budget. Then we have a few reserves that we are requesting funds be added to, which I will go into further detail on another slide. And then with the final recommended budget, we have 1.4 million new allocations that are being requested.
Do you mind if I ask a question? Yeah. General fund only is the fund carry balance that you're giving us?
Correct.
Okay.
And the new allocations are mostly capital assets and a few ARPA. So going into ARPA, so the committee met on August 16th and would like to make the following changes. So from the standard allowance, the mobile library vehicle, we are requesting it be decreased from $200,000 to $150,000. The countywide credit card acceptance decreased altogether, so taking out the $50,000. The Granicus clerk docs was originally budgeted at $64,500. That has been completed, so we are reducing that to $54,100. The content management system decreased from $150,000 to $75,000. And the CDD general plan update, increasing that from $1 million to $1.6 million. Of the non-standard allowance, we are requesting that a new allocation is added for a medical director for fire departments, which will be paid through public health of $6,800. That's a 3-year contract. The testing and vaccination sites, we are requesting that be zeroed out altogether. EMS contract decreasing from $200,000 to $150,000, and the Kelseyville Senior Center increasing by $100,000.
And I did want to clarify one thing. The difference between standard allowance and the non-standard allowance, for those who don't know, the standard allowance is the $10 million that each county is allowed to utilize for governmental services for basically revenue loss. The non-standard allowance is the amount that has to be utilized under the actual claiming and rules specific to the ARPA funds, which totals just over $2.5 million.
Moving into the sales tax, so the Bradley Burns sales tax increased by $129,784, or 3%. Prop 172 sales tax decreased by $296,007, or 6%. Again, we went back 11 years, and this graph does include the current year, what we are estimating. We are expecting the tax revenue will decrease, so more than likely at mid-year we will come back to ask for the allocation to be decreased.
Yeah, I'm going to expand a little on that one.
Okay.
So we have noticed, and per the projections, that sales tax is projected to decrease this year. We did budget for it to decrease by a few $100,000, but depending on what actually comes in before mid-year, we'll adjust accordingly, which may or may not be more than we originally budgeted for.
Moving into taxes. So current secured property tax was an increase of 1.1 million, or 7% increase. Transient occupancy tax decreased by 57,000, or 5%. Cannabis tax decreased by 4.5 million, or 71% decrease. We are anticipating current secured property tax to go up this year again. Transient occupancy tax, we are expecting to come back up to closer to $1 million. And cannabis, we are anticipating to continue to decline, just not as significant as it was the past year. So with cannabis, the balance after the allocations that are currently in the recommended budget is 30% for planning, code enforcement, water resources, environmental health is $467,994. The 30% for law enforcement leaves a balance of $395,970. The 30% for economic development, housing, risk reduction is $1,208,891. And the 10% for youth programs is $294,383. Also available is the workforce retention and development of $164, and the Board of Supervisors discretionary fund of $146,528.
And the part in there that is not stated because it's not part of the 30-30-10 split is the stabilization fund, which remains at just over 6.9 million, which is for payroll if under the new MOUs that we were not able to have the general fund or support for non-general fund departments. We currently do support child support and CDD through this funding. And this also is for ongoing expenses within the allocations, like the libraries, where during the initial CAN grant, the board approved positions. They are still funded out of their allocation here. And if revenues went to zero, that's what would pick up the slack and pay for those positions, as well as 2 sheriff deputies, the last 2. That was the agreement, $200,000 for the last 2. If they hire the last 2, it would come out of the law enforcement first, and if there's nothing there, it would then come out of the stabilization.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know at first glance, it appears to be growing, but you're saying it's kind of a combination of things that have been brought together. I guess first thoughts are that our CAN grants are from 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Just kind of curious what was approved and what's not moving. Is it not moving in the sense that that money should be reallocated to be available, or is it still moving where the allocation is still has a purpose? I would love to discuss the continued need of $6.5 million or whatever that approximate amount is in that specific budget item, as the way that our budget is done on a department by department basis, we're not utilizing those funds other than what you just stated for CDD and child welfare. And so I just like to get a better grasp on what that amount is. We put it there for a specific reason. It hasn't been necessarily utilized in the way that we had anticipated it might be needed. And I just see it as another kind of niche reserve on top of reserves of things that could be utilized for something else. I won't go into details now, but I'd love to go into further discussion at one point or another. And today's, I don't know if that's the day. I don't feel it's the day, but I'd love to bring it back, if there's consensus to do so. That's a large amount of money.
We can bring that back if it is the board's wish. The stabilization funding is to cover basically any ongoing expenses that are already built into the other cannabis funding. And when your board approved the pay increases, the MOUs, it was meant to be a one-year backstop for if the general fund and other departments didn't have the funding. That can definitely be looked at and possibly adjust the number down or up, depending on how the board looks at it.
And some of the funding for risk reduction will likely be used for tree removal too.
That would likely come out of the 6.9, yes. Out of the stabilization, that's how that would be funded if that comes a day.
When that comes.
Yeah, when
that comes.
And I will say that, when Casey was bringing up that there's $467,000 left of the planning, code enforcement, water resources, that's with just over $1 million in allocations for fiscal year 23-24. I was going to say 13-14. So there are quite a bit of allocations, and that also fluctuates quite a bit depending on what departments get done that year and then what they're requesting out of that pot the next year. I know you know that, but.
So to his point, is now the appropriate time to do that, or do we bring it back? Because I have cannabis tax allocations that kind of got placed under the former supervisor. Then we came up with the direction for a work program. Now it looks like they got funding from another source. So I'm definitely confused about the available discretionary funds on top of whatever concerns are raised about reserves. So maybe today is not the day to get that exact roadmap, but if we're actually locking in that shift from the previous allocation to some other allocation, waiting on a work program I'm not going to get, I just want to know when we're going to look at that.
The discretionary is not locked in at this point, other than the overall amount. I think we should talk more offline about that $165,000 on that specific discretionary and the other funding sources. I do think if we want to dig deep into the stabilization and everything else that goes into the allocations, we probably should have an item of its own, because we would prepare very differently for it and have far more details for you.
And that would be my request, is give us more details. My idea is not to say let's cancel it, but let's take a look at it. It's a large sum of money. Can it be better utilized, whether it's for what Chair Pyska was requesting that we look at, or other things. But right now it was meant for a one-year backstop. We've passed that year, and I think we need to make sure that we can continue moving forward within our means, because this is one-time money, not continuous money. And if we can figure out how to work within our means, then that money is sitting there that could be utilized to serve our public in better ways.
At a later date, correct?
Yes.
We could, it's a little far off, but we do have a lot of really full agendas, so we could have that deeper dive discussion at mid-year budget.
If earlier, great.
But I'm good with mid-year too, if that's when it happens.
We will be ready when you need us to be.
Okay.
And if I may add, for the discretionary funds, I would definitely suggest working with staff, because I don't want to make decisions on your discretionary funds, just like I don't want you to make decisions on my discretionary funds. So I would say work with them and figure out where you stand and what you can still do with it.
Okay.
So there's a few changes since admin finalized the budget, and so we would like to request that those are added to the approval today. To budget unit 8799, air quality, I'd like to increase 1513 by $410, decrease 25 by $410, decrease 38 by $2,364. The reason that there's more decreases than increases is they didn't want to use FBA for their increases in insurance. We also wanted to highlight budget 1011, which is the Board of Supervisors. So we budgeted for a PR firm for the BOS at $50,000, and we are issuing an RFP for a lobbyist. We'll try to bring the board's chambers remodel forward at mid-year. And then Maria would like to come up and...
Thank you. Maria Turner, Community Development Director. I have a request that was inadvertently omitted from the final budget, so I'm very thankful for this opportunity to bring it to you directly. I would like to request the funding of the principal planner position. in the year, just over a year that I have been acting as director, about 80% of my time is still used directly overseeing the planning division. This can be anything from handling more complex counter questions, answering a number of questions and giving direction to staff, to planning staff, as well as maintaining. I am the final editor of the staff reports for the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. We have done a number of internal improvements that have really benefited and helped our relationship and our credibility, but it still takes a lot of my time. So we did adjust our revenues to reflect increased revenues that would help to support this position. We have a number of large projects coming. The general plan and local area plan updates, Mahog-Wenok Valley is returning. We have a modification to an existing geothermal permit, and we don't anticipate that being the last. So we have plenty to keep a new person here funded and very busy. So I would just request funding for a principal planner position in this budget year. Thank you.
So how long do you anticipate the position needing to rely on general funds before it's self-sustaining?
A number of our upper level management positions depend on different budgets. And as you know, planning typically is very reliant on the general fund. We requested a removal of the grant writer position that I had formerly thought was great, but since our deputy administrator has been present, her experience and understanding of grant writing and grant management has led us to believe that a staff services analyst would be more appropriate for that. But we do anticipate a 2 to 3 year growth in our grants management program, or our grants program, with the overall goal to achieve sustainability in the planning division. So maybe that long?
Okay.
But one other thing I wanted to point out is, with this additional staff capacity, especially in experience level, it will enable us to also do more monitoring of our existing permits and ensure compliance, and probably collect some citations and fines where that is not, where we aren't having the easiest time with that.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I was going to bring that up. It was alluded to earlier today in the previous agenda item, but I think that the idea that the contract is being negotiated, I'm thinking it's going to come back to the Board of Supervisors before anything gets approved, but I would say that that's part of the solution, because right now we're just doing the work of people who are not choosing to comply with our code. That's going to add a whole lot of revenues. I've seen it in other jurisdictions, and the number is actually a lot larger than we might even believe it could be. So I think that will help out, and that will be part of the solution as well. But providing you with the tools, especially with the following agenda items that are coming up that relate to your department, that's a heavy lift, and we want to make sure that everything else that your department's dealing with is going to be smooth and efficient for everyone else that's trying to get permits, start new businesses, development, whatever it is. So I'm in support, but I think we need to keep an eye on it just to make sure that we're not digging too deep into the general fund.
Thank you.
I can't let you go yet.
I'm not going anywhere.
I need actual numbers and accounts to actually change it at final budget.
No problem. Like right this moment, I will get that for you momentarily.
You print what you had, and then I'll state it.
Yes.
First of all, was that approved?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, and I'll state that later.
Okay.
Next, we'll go into the reserve funds. So the general reserves, we are asking for another 500,000 be added, so that will leave the balance at 16 million. The Parks Reserve is a brand-new reserve, and we are asking that 3 million be added to it. That will be for the JPA and or could be used for county parks. Next is the Technology Reserve. So currently there is 2 million, a little over 2 million in there, so we're asking that another 4 million be added there. The General Designated Reserve is a new reserve which we are planning on housing the LATCF funds. in their entirety, as none has been spent yet. And that reserve account is planned, we are planning on using that for other funding sources in the future that are
But we did commit 1% of that.
we did, yeah.
We haven't spent
it. Just hasn't been spent yet, yeah.
The other types of funding that would go in there would be if we ever have ARPA, or LATCF, basically funding sources that have restrictive reporting requirements that shouldn't be just lumped into the massive general fund FBA or.
Okay, that's our strings attached.
Basically, yes.
And the last is a new fund that is a trust fund for housing. So we are requesting 1 million of ARPA be put in there, and then we're matching it with $1 million of general fund.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Just real quick, is this the last of the conversation regarding reserves at this moment in time?
So next up, I would like to bring Elise Jones from Behavioral Health, but if you have questions not behavioral health related.
Okay, so I do have some questions about some of the specifics that are up there. Parks Reserve, we've been talking a lot about the JPA and the potential for a county-wide effort for Parks and Rec. Are the $3 million committed to that specifically, or just kind of a nebulous parks?
Well, see, that's what she was saying, where it can be used for JPA or LARS and parks. That's for your board to decide when and how it is used when it comes out. Our intention with the $3 million was for the JPA. This Fund 152 would have to come through the administration office before coming to your board. So I'm hopeful that the board would know what their intent of this fund would be.
I'll just voice my opinion. I think the intent should be for the JPA so that we show commitment to the countywide effort.
I agree with the intent that it's with the JPA. I don't think we have any plans to spend it for any other way. I think this year, we should be working with all the parties of the JPA to commit funding and have their set-asides made. So this is a good faith effort for us to start that, and we can look to the other partners to see how they follow suit. Supervisor Green?
I'm open to the discussion. However, I think we are going to have some public input on this particular reserve and maybe some other reserves along the way. I hear some people wanting to lock it in for JPA. I think the county has substantial needs as well, so I kind of like the nebulous nature of it right now, because we are going to have to bounce some numbers around in the future and decide what an appropriate use is. So I kind of like the idea of an open-ended reserve, especially if there's going to be other requests to bump up the JPA funding. Maybe it doesn't have to be with the reserve route. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to lock this reserve in.
Yeah, I like the definition that it would be both combined with JPA and parks, not being specific on one. Obviously, I know I'm part of a JPA. I would love to have a $3 million infusion of funds from the board for another JPA. But I think it's very important on the project we're talking about with the countywide JPA, so some type of commitment needs to be there. So I'm in agreement with that, just not specific to it.
Right. Yep.
I would rather it be specific to parks. I'm not in favor of the EPA having anything, so in my opinion.
And that's why it is called just the Parks Reserve, because it can be however the board decides to release the funds from the reserve. So it would be an item at that time requesting specific usage. But that's why it's purposely not specific to either way, but it could theoretically be either, depending on your board's opinion at the time.
And I understand we need to contribute. It's just, I feel it can be spent other ways, but we're going to move in that direction.
Go ahead.
So just to finish off, until we get a specific ask from the JPA, it's hard to know exactly what the intent should be, but I just think even if it's kind of nebulous, We've obviously voiced some opinions of, yes, we'd like to commit something, and maybe it's not the 3 million, but at least it allows us to approach the table with a good faith effort that we are wanting to contribute rather than just be at the table. So I think it puts us in a better position, at least moving forward, compared to where we were before, since that reserve did not exist. The general designated reserve, just a real quick question, capital asset-wise, anytime during the year to look at capital asset changes, and I don't even know if it fits within capital assets. I'm trying to figure out for the potential LG Sonic, do we need to look at adding a capital asset at mid-year or now, or is it any time during the year that that's capable to do so?
With a 4/5 vote, because it would be in reserve at this time, it would be a resolution brought forward to cancel those reserves and add an appropriation of this capital asset or in this account. So it is not horribly difficult, it's just much easier at one of the 3 budget times.
Okay.
Are you asking for that funding for that project now?
That was originally on the request, was to look at either ARPA or LATCF or other things. And so since that's LATCF funds, it's still a possibility. Again, it's not set in stone, just a conversation to make sure that it's available if it comes up and is brought to the board.
Are you looking at other funding opportunities or grants? Because I think we could use this to offset with some matching funds. That's a big ask.
I know we've looked at grants, especially in helping our water districts in the sense of drought resiliency, and that was denied. So, of course, we'll still be looking for free money.
Okay.
Free money is always a great thing. But just the fact that we have it and it's needed, at least it's a potential conversation.
Okay. Yeah, keep looking too. Okay.
All right. So I would like to bring up Elise Jones. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I did want to bring up one more thing, which if the public remembered from recommended budget, we did put the first tranche or the first half of LATCF into reserve. It was put into the technology reserve. So with this, instead of doing the mechanics of pulling it out of technology and then putting it into the general designated reserve, I can speak. I just wanted to be very clear that the 1.5 million that was in the technology reserve from LATCF is now moved to the general designated reserve, just to be ultra clear.
Okay, thank you.
Elise?
Come on up.
Oh, you can have my side.
No, it's okay.
I'll sit next to you. Thank you, Casey. Hello. Oh, it is really loud and live. That's good. Elise Jones, Director of Behavioral Health. Thank you so much, Casey, for that introduction. And I'd like to make another introduction to Christine Andrist, who is our Deputy Director of Administration, newly promoted. She was previously our fiscal manager, so she has become an expert in behavioral health finance. But for this question, Chrissy, about our reserves.
So, as before, we came to you guys and asked for a resolution to open up our reserve account to cover our end of the year fiscal invoices, which we didn't end up needing nearly as much as the funding as we expected. So going back into reserves, we still have about $2.5 million going back into the reserves. There was about 3.5 in there prior. And so we just wanted to, yeah, that's what I have here. So in MHSA funding, we have 1.1 going back in, and we only ended up using a total of, actually, I just had it on here, $951,000 out of that funding to cover the end of the year. So we still have funding in reserves. The only funding we used was our MHSA programs. We used $181,000 out of that, and then our audit settlements is where we used 700. I believe it was like 750 something out of that. 769,000 out of that. Everything else was put back into the same accounts as it was prior. Yeah, we're hoping. So we're hoping to put all that funding back as soon as the state releases it to us back into the reserves.
Go ahead.
Just a real quick question. That means that the payments are smoothing out as far as the new process with the new software that you guys are using or the new payment method that you're using?
Yes, we are seeing funding coming back in from our new billing
Yes,
system.
and just so you know, it's the director signs all of the billing. I didn't know that. Well, I kind of did. Anyways.
Now you do.
Now I for sure do. But it's nice because I have seen it got a little slim there for a minute as we had, but I've seen it pick back up, so that's been really encouraging.
Good. Quick question about AODS, because I know that's mostly a audit settlement reserve as well. That's what it says.
Yeah, I don't know who
Restricted
named
audit
those reserve
settlement.
accounts.
What was that?
I don't know who named those reserve accounts. I think the one in the 414 budget is actually says housing.
Yeah, there's different ones. There's South
Yeah.
Shore remodel, there's audit settlement, workforce training, housing, MHSA programs, and things like that.
I don't know what this one is.
That was added this year.
Oh, okay.
So my question, if you don't mind, it appeared when we borrowed money from the reserves that audit settlements was not a state mandated reserve. It was a local decision to create that reserve. Seeing that there's 1.5 million in AODS, I'd like to understand, if possible, not now, but giving us documentation as to how did we come to 1.4 million being saved in audit settlements. Where did that amount come from specifically? How did we choose that amount? Just because there's such a need for those services, just wondering if there's anything that can be released so that we can provide more services, or if there's a real good reason as to why we fear that an audit settlement might end up costing us to 1.4.
So I want to first provide a little bit of, and I don't want to take the whole, because we could take a long time talking about behavioral health finance. It's pretty complex. But I think just really simply, those services that we're talking about are Medi-Cal reimbursable. Of course, what becomes Medi-Cal reimbursable will expand under ODS, and we're looking forward to that. But right now, the contract, as we talked about before with the state that allows us to pay for those, it's really a placeholder. So there isn't a limit necessarily on how much services you can provide as long as those services are justifiable and they're not fraudulent, right? So that's just there's no cap on services whatsoever. Some of the services that are not DMC reimbursable, we do use like our substance abuse block grant funds and other things, but Chrissy may want to follow up on the specifics of your question. I just want to make sure that was clear.
So the audit settlement accounts are after cost reports are settled with the state, they give us back funding. So, for instance, we'll pay out stuff that we don't get reimbursed from by the state, and the state's catching up. So these are audit settlements of funding that comes back to us after we've closed out the fiscal year. So I know we saw a huge increase from 2016-17 on a cost report settlement from those years on, I want to say they were perinatal funding and services that we had billed up to the state, but they never had paid us back. And they finally, once they did their cost report settlement, they paid us those services back.
In case that settlement happens and it's not in our favor, this is what pays for it.
Yeah, so like Stephen was saying, if we had a cost report settlement
Can you
that we
say it?
had to
'Cause
pay. So he's talking about cost report settlements. So these are funding, this is a bucket of money that we sit on, is if we have a cost report settlement that we have to pay on services, then this is the bucket of money we'll take it out of as well.
And so that would come from like an audit where the Department of Healthcare Services comes in and they audit our everything just like we do to our subcontractors. And time to time, you don't check all the dot the T's and cross the whatever, so we do have to pay up sometimes, although it's pretty minimal.
And our contractors have to do the same thing. If the state comes out and audits them and they find a service that should not have been paid for, our contractors will pay us back for that service as well.
Okay.
Are you still wanting him to come back with an explanation of what makes up the 1.4, or was that sufficient?
I'm still looking for that documentation just because I don't know where that number comes from. Was there a mathematical formula? What was the initial process to create that, and is it needed to be updated, changed, or?
Well, I think it's just a carryover of every year of all the cost report settlements or the settlements that come in throughout the year. We carry it over into that reserve at the end of the year when we have a fund balance carryover. When there's funding left over from it, we put it into that slot of funding.
With that in mind, they're actually increasing it by 519,000 this year. So under what has happened, it was actually a good audit year for us, if per se.
Okay.
So it is variable.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
So next we'll go into capital assets. There's a few additions to the final recommended budget, which are on the screen there. All I included was the brand new additions. There was also some capital assets that either increased or decreased, which are in final recommended budget.
Supervisor Spatier?
Just a quick question to finish up with the reserves. I did have one final question, and that is that we have 5 pages, it would appear, of reserves, or close to, of reserves, and some of those are quite large, some of those are very small and specific, some are restricted, some are general. I just don't, there's no possible way for me within the 5 days in preparing and even the changes that are occurring for me to know exactly what those reserves, what the specific purpose is, and from a specific public perspective, what I see is $132, almost $133 million in reserves, which is a large amount. Some of it is absolutely necessary, some of it is enterprise restricted, some of it is very specifically restricted by the state. I would love to get a report to allow us to know what are the reasons for the reserves in a future report, whether that be mid-year or sometime between now and mid-year, but that is a large number that is not easily explainable to the public. And even some of these numbers, I'm making a lot of assumptions as to what I'm seeing and what I'm looking at. And so I just think with that large of a number, it would be nice to get a little bit of a breakdown to understand, do we still need some of these reserves? What is the purpose of those reserves? And what is the anticipated use of those reserves?
That would be very difficult to come up with because this is going to be 80% of these are department specific. So I would want the department to talk about their reserves. As admin goes, we would only be about 5 or 6 of these. So we can come up with some kind of report. It would take time to talk to each and every department who has a reserve and get their description of what those are. And if we presented, I don't like pushing things off, but the easiest time to do that would be either at like the workshop or during June when every single department head is explaining their budget. Absolutely explain what these reserves are and why. We can try to come up with some kind of report. I have no idea what it would look like until I talk to the departments.
But in the department memos, it talks about their reserves typically. Do you want like a separate box in the memo directly for reserves?
I just think, again, from a public perspective, $132 million is a large amount of money. From my perspective, that's a large amount of money. Not saying there's no purpose in having it, but I can think of approximately $40 million of somewhat discretionary, but yet useful to have in reserves. Again, having a conversation about what our expectation and anticipation of the use of those reserves are is a healthy conversation to have. And I'll just leave it at that. I just think that we don't give the public the information as far as in our conversations. Reading through this 600-page budget is not what I should be asking the public to go through to figure out what's going on with $132 million worth of reserves. And so if it's possible, at one point, not giving you a specific date, but again, looking at the board for approval of this, to help provide a little bit more understanding of what this is. Taxpayers are providing this, and I don't know that anybody would be able to answer these questions if I started asking the public what's going on with these funds. And I can't specifically explain every single one of them myself, which is not good on my end.
Neither can I, to be honest with you.
And see that right there? that comment, I think, is a reason for us to review. Not to say anything bad is happening, but to better understand why it is that we have it there so we can explain it to ourselves and explain it to our constituents.
Well, I think adding it to the narrative, we've got all these boxes that outline the priorities and the goals, and if there are reserves accounts attached to the budget unit for the department, then an explanation on the reserves within the narrative for us.
And that would be a step forward.
And if you
And I
look
would
at the
agree
fund
with that.
summary, it does actually
Adding a
have
box on the
descriptions.
reserve.
Yeah, let's add a box, different color.
Well, if you look at the fund summary that's provided, it gives you the breakdown of what the descriptions of they are. But I also understand when certain ones say just restricted, like under road restricted, sorry roads, that's just random where I'm at, restricted 7.2 million, restricted isn't a known quantity. I'm all for having that knowledge brought out for the public. I just think it needs to be from the department themselves. And the time that we already have to do that is generally our 2 days in June. If the board does want basically every department head who has a reserve to present at mid-year, we can do that because that's what it would take to explain these. Because I don't know that I would feel comfortable just giving you the paragraph of what a department said their reserve is and then be able to answer any questions related to it.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that
Adding it-
forward step. At least it's a step towards what I think is a better transparency.
When we explain to department heads for the June presentation, make it very clear to
To include that information.
Include
Include it in the memo, include it in the presentation
In June.
in June. Consensus? Yes? Okay.
I don't know that would be included in the memo because that's already like 8 pages.
Within the summary, I think is
The
what-
summary, yeah, the
fund summary.
The fund summary.
Yes.
The memo in this
That's what you're
budget
calling
unit.
memo.
Yes.
Department overview? Do you mean like the Form 1?
Department overview.
The first page of every
Yes.
department and fund.
It says department overview, accomplishments,
Hey,
goals, and then we talk about reserves.
sounds good.
Okay.
Casey, did you?
Okay. So now we'll bring up Lars Ewing, Director of Public Services for the Facilities Capital Improvement Plan. Oh, wait. I need help.
Don't need help.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. As this is getting dialed up, I'll just give a brief intro. Also the last fiscal year, now I can say that, your board directed Public Services to come up with a facilities capital improvement plan. County has never had one, and so we have prepared that. We have a capital improvement plan policy that guides that. It does direct that during final budget presentations, that the Public Services Director would present that. So the next, here we go, next slide, it's me. All right, so we just went through capital assets. These is just a picture of the various capital assets that you've looked at. What I'm going to be presenting here is not everything on here, far from it. There's a lot on here that I have no involvement with, thankfully. And so what I am going to be presenting focuses on facilities. And what's up on the screen right now is a draft capital improvement plan that will come to the board. We, and I'll say I elected to wait until after final budget because there's so many decisions made at this point, reserves, fund balance carryover, that really plays into a 5-year plan. What's tied in today is the annual budget, but the 5-year plan is not a budget document, it's a planning document. So a lot of the decisions made here affect that. So I am going to give a snapshot of that 5-year plan, but I will be focusing on the facility specific and some of the park specific projects this year. I will try to be brief. As I say that, a lot of words. All right, so what I'm going to present here is broken down not by budget units, which is what we're all familiar with. I'm breaking it down into functional areas. Yeah, you can see there are 6 different functional areas. That way, the board can get an understanding of where your building dollars going to. Are they going to community services type buildings, which are generally used by the publics, like libraries, museums, senior centers, community rooms? General government, the building we're in is probably a good example of that. Health and social services, generally anything in behavioral health, child support, environmental health, public health, and social services. Public safety, essentially anything that is sheriff, probation, DA, animal control, and everything from there up are buildings. From parks down are non-buildings, so recreation facilities and public infrastructure is the last item. That's generally public works, special districts, and part of public services as well with the landfill. So the built infrastructure, what is in the current budget across all departments for built infrastructure on capital asset. You can see public infrastructure is the majority, about 74%, and the rest is it's the rest. And so we're going to focus on that item here, and so we'll dial down to that. You can see that. Of the 10.6 million, the majority, well, not the majority, but 38% is general, 32% is parks, and you dial down from there. So just because we're focusing on a facilities capital improvement plan, I am going to focus on the building portion, but I wanted to pause because the Parks Reserve and the JPA was referenced. The 5-year plan. The 5-year plan includes a lot of parks projects. The needs far exceed any reserve that we have or anything that the JPA may propose. So I greatly appreciate the notion of not just the notion, but the reserve itself, and the fact that our needs exceed what we have really just demonstrates the fact that those reserves are important so long as they're used. So moving on into the focus area of facilities. General government is the bulk, 57%, followed by public safety. And this is this fiscal year. Community services, 13%, and health and social services, 3%. Again, just kind of dialing it down that we are going to give a sneak peek. I am going to give a sneak peek of the next 5 years, just what is planned. This is a joint effort between the department heads who submit their capital project requests in going through the budget process, working with admin, working with the board to identify what projects we need to plan for. That's really what this is an outlook. So I will be coming to the board to present this plan, but just to give you a sense of what we currently are looking at by functional area, what the plan is. You can see that there's quite a few needs. 11 million this fiscal year. Again, just in facilities and parks. This does not include the public infrastructure. So we're looking like the needs are clearly there. Now I'm going to present it briefly differently here. Instead of by functional area, it's by type of project. Are we renovating or are we rehabbing? Essentially, is a renovation would be something that generally a department would request. Maybe they want to remodel because it's better for their operations, or a new building entirely. That's a renovation project. Rehab is essentially a maintenance project. We're replacing the roof or replacing the carpet, that sort of project. So it's important to see where are we spending our money? Where's the board spending its money on projects? So renovation in gray, that's this year. We're looking quite a bit, and the same throughout. And that really points back to the deferred maintenance plan and the facility condition assessments that we had prepared that you may recall pointed to about an $8 or $9 million need per year. We looked at that in a lot more detail, and that plan at a high level made certain assumptions that no, we may not need to actually replace a door simply because it's exceeded its life. If it's okay, let's move on. So what are the building systems that we truly need to replace? We focused on basically the building exterior, the roof and the exterior of the building. I mean, case in point, we're replacing the roof right now on this building and we're painting it right now. So that sort of work. HVAC projects are critical. Those are continually needing to be updated. The carpet, flooring in buildings, and the building exterior, the parking lots. Those are the focused building systems that we're looking to rehab. And so when we look at that, the rehab portion, on average, about a $3.5 million per year plan to replace that. Now, again, the needs far exceed what we have, but as we identify the reserves that might be available and putting our money towards getting our facilities in better working order, that really is the focus. So with that, I just, I'm going to end it. Don't want to belabor the point, but wanted to give you a sense of where the building money is going. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Lars. Any questions? Supervisor Green?
You had a spreadsheet a couple slides ago on showing the breakdown. I saw one of the capital assets that the sheriffs had called out was for a video security system, basically. Can we get that slide up again? And I think it was 150 and 50.
That must have been on your slide.
There we go. Yeah, so lines 2 and 3 together, security camera system, and then backup storage. And I just want to highlight that because, number one, it's like it almost passed without comment because, of course, the jail would need to have robust security. But as I've mentioned in other meetings prior, there may be other buildings and other properties in the county that may benefit from some enhancements like that. And I get there would be price concerns from any department head and also some debate about the efficacy of a security installation in any particular building. But somewhere between the safety committee and the department heads, I just wanted to highlight that as a worst case scenario. That's a very large, complicated facility with multiple cameras. That is the absolute most that a security camera system is going to cost for any one department that has concerns about that. So for lesser buildings, smaller buildings that may similarly have safety concerns, I don't want the sticker shock factor to go untested or unobserved. Not saying we all have to rush out and get cameras, but I still feel like we're stuck in the 20th century when we have 21st century security concerns. So I just wanted to highlight that because I thank the Sheriff's Department very much for being proactive and bringing that forward. And I think other department heads might be taking a look at similar capital asset requests in future budget cycles, perhaps as soon as mid-year, if they find in concert with the safety committee that they want to take a look at bumping up security at certain sites. And I certainly think there are certain sites within the county that could bear that examination. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Lars.
All right, thank you.
Right, so next up is the requested position allocation changes. So there was just a few this time around. So the tax collector would like a accountant 1/2, and they will be removing a accounting technician position at the next vacancy. Buildings and Grounds would like a capital project manager and a facility maintenance supervisor. The supervisor it will be paid from the facility maintenance lead worker position will be removed at the next vacancy. Child Support Services is removing an accountant tech senior to create a accounting technician position. Planning is, as Maria mentioned, removing the grant manager and replacing it with a staff service analyst. Animal Control is adding a staff service analyst, and Mental Health is removing a behavioral health program manager to increase their supervisor behavioral health clinician specialist by 2.
And since you just went over that, might as well add in Budget Unit 2702 Planning, we're adding a principal planner.
Okay, thank you.
And then the sheriff would like to come up to share his plan for position allocation change. So Rob Howe.
Can I sit next to you?
Absolutely.
Look at all this stuff. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Sheriff Rob Howe, and I'd like to thank the Board for this time, of course. This is a little bit out of the ordinary, completely new for me. So what I'll be requesting here is a potential change to the Sheriff's Department's position allocation. And since position allocation is part of final budget, I decided to make this request here. The request would be a position allocation change from our proposed budget. We're looking to eliminate 16 total unfilled positions, 19 deputy sheriffs, and 7 deputy sheriff corrections position. We would then be requesting the board's approval to use the savings gained from those positions, to move forward with salary increases to 3 job classification series. 3 series that frankly I see as public safety emergencies right now. I have to say it's a really difficult decision to single out positions. Even in my own department, there are no positions in my department that aren't vital to public safety. There are no positions that don't need improvement to salary and benefits. But I'll be working more traditionally with class and comp to do that. I can really only consider 3 positions right now, or 3 series of positions, emergencies. And those classifications I'd be looking at would be deputy sheriff corrections, and public safety dispatcher. Human Resources has been good enough to conduct an updated mini salary survey for those positions, including the same comparable counties the counties used previously in their complete salary survey. And the increase I'd be seeking would be to get those 3 series of classifications to the median base salary of that survey. For deputy sheriff, that would be a 12.59% increase. For deputy sheriff corrections, that would be a 5.89%, and for public safety dispatcher, would be 11.04%. Again, those increases would simply get us to the median base salary of the comparable agencies. My first thought was try to get us at least equal to our most immediate neighbors and competitors, being Lakeport PD, CPD, Clear Lake Police Department, and Mendocino County Sheriff's Department. This proposal would get us at least equal with Lakeport PD and Clear Lake Police Department. Mendocino is actually a little higher than the median on all those, and quite frankly, within our own budget, I didn't feel we could afford to make that kind of increase without asking for additional general fund. Mendocino is currently, I believe, 15% above us for deputies, 6% for corrections, and 16% for public safety dispatcher. As far as what's caused the situation, I know I've spoken before the board. I've spoken to most of you, if not all of you, individually. I don't see this as a Lake County problem. It's not a state problem. It's a nationwide problem. There simply aren't enough applicants, people who want to get into law enforcement, to fill vacancies. I don't think salary is the only issue, nor do I think it's going to magically fix everything. But I also think it can't be the final roadblock, or can't be the final hurdle when we're trying to compete for the very few men and women who do want to work in a rural county like Lake County. Our current vacancy rate in the positions we're talking about is right about 30% for deputy sheriff, and just below 20% for deputy sheriff corrections, and that's a little bit deceiving just because we have hired some new people out there. We have 5 in training and numerous officers who are functioning but have not been completely trained on all aspects. We certainly hope to retain them long enough to get them off training to have a true benefit, but I know of at least two that are in background elsewhere. In fact, since writing these notes, we got a letter of resignation from one of them who will be leaving for another local department. For public safety dispatcher, the vacancy rate is 63.64% right now. Obviously, that's a huge problem in dispatch, but that also compounds the problem in patrol. We have to provide those services. We have 3 deputies currently working in dispatch. The vacancy rate tells part of the story, but there are just a few things I'd like to talk about that I think really put it in context. So patrol. The SO does a lot of things. We have the jail, dispatch, investigations, civil, boats, things like that. But most of our citizens see and identify with our patrol deputies. Those are the men and women in patrol cars that respond to calls for services, conduct proactive law enforcement in our community. And I can say by far, this area generates the most concern and the most complaints from our citizens. Long response times, lack of high visibility patrol, and the inability to respond to certain calls because we have to prioritize, and we simply don't have enough deputies on at any given time to respond to all calls for service. To give a little better idea where we are right now, we do patrol shift signups every 4 months. This time last year, we had 23 deputies signing up for patrol. That's our 24/7 operation. This year at the same time, we have 13. And that 13 is after pulling deputies on a rotation basis from things like our roadmap task force and marijuana task force, and not having anybody in school resource. Again, this is not a Lake County problem exclusively. There are numerous, not numerous, but there are Northern California counties who've had to eliminate patrol altogether because of short staffing. So that's certainly something I don't plan to do here. Something else I'd like to point out about that situation is it has a tremendous effect on retention. If we're signing up somewhere close to half the number of deputies on patrol, but our calls for service have essentially stayed the same, that means you're doubling the workload of those individuals still working for us, and that is devastating on morale. Again, going back to being able to compete locally, you've probably seen, like LPD's local, or their social media, they've recently posted that they're fully staffed. And I think that's great. I support law enforcement in all of Lake County. I think they have 13 sworn positions, and 4 of those positions are filled with people who were one-time Lake County SO employees. That's 30%, by the way. And don't get me wrong, I've not talked to them individually. I'm not saying that any of them, did I get that wrong or something?
No. I'm just looking at Kevin back there.
By the way, I already talked to Brad. He knows it's coming too. And this is not a knock on LPD. Again, I'm very happy that every law enforcement entity should be fully staffed. And I was going to continue to say, I haven't spoken to them. I don't know individually if it's because of salary or workload. There was personal decisions made by each of those individuals, obviously. I just use them as an example of the importance and necessity of being able to compete, at least locally. Where that leaves me is, in closing, what I'm requesting of the board is to approve a request to move forward with the elimination of the aforementioned positions, allow the sheriff's office to use the savings gained to fund increases in 3 series of classifications mentioned: Deputy Sheriff Corrections, Public Safety Dispatcher, and to direct Human Resources to complete the necessary position allocation resolution and to complete the necessary meet and confer process with the affected bargaining units. And of course, that resolution would come back to the board in a future date once completed. And other than that, I don't think we have any significant changes in the Sheriff's Department budget. Like that's not significant enough?
Thank you, Sheriff. I know that you didn't make this decision lightly, and I can only speak for myself, but this board has always been proactive with providing the positions needed moving forward. So if we really start to fill these positions, I think the rest of the board would agree to continue to provide them as needed.
I appreciate it, and the board's been very supportive, and this is something I think is necessary, but the recent improvements made over the past couple of years, I mean, if we didn't have those, we'd be looking at 30 to 40% below the median in some areas. So we've come a long way. I think it's a unique situation in law enforcement, and we just have to continue. But thank you.
So my next question then is, hopefully this we'll see some progress with this. But where are we with the signing bonuses, which we have also raised up significantly? But is that another area that we have to look at eventually too? Because I am hearing from you and other staff members that surrounding areas have greatly increased their signing bonuses. And so when do we need to look at that factor as well?
Well, I feel like I was asking enough, but no, I'm just kidding. They help and they're beneficial. One of the problems we have is, of course, they help recruitment, but not as much as retention. We have had several employees resign knowing they're going to have to pay it back, because if they're leaving for a county like Napa or Sonoma, they're going to get not only a larger signing bonus, but the pay increase would pay that back no problem. So it's a good retention tool, I think, or excuse me, a good recruitment tool, but I think this is more for retention. And you're right, there are counties, $25,000, $50,000, $75,000 signing bonuses just between Napa, Sonoma, and the Bay Area. But there are plenty of Northern California counties who don't have them as well. I think we're okay there at the time. There may come a time when that has to increase to stay up with, to be competitive as well. But right now, my main focus is this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Spatier, did you have your pen up?
Yeah, no, I was going to say I'm in full support of making those changes. One of my questions that I didn't ask you when you and I spoke earlier this week was how many vacancies does that still leave you after the changes that you're offering to make?
We'd be looking to hire a minimum of 5 deputies. We also have 3 in the academy right now and 3 in dispatch. So hopefully to improve those by 11. I brought about 5 for deputy corrections. Again, we have several in there, but they're awaiting training. So if we can get them off training and retain them, that will certainly benefit us. But a big deal is dispatch, obviously, with a 60+% vacancy rate, getting 3 deputies out of there and getting that fully staffed. We can hire, I think it's 6 dispatchers.
Okay. And to me, that part's important because that's kind of a foundation of ensuring that the communication from the public reaches the ears of law enforcement that are patrolling in the streets. Dispatch is really important, and also to keep our law enforcement out on the street rather than in the dispatch room.
Great.
I know that it's kind of contradictory to what I've been saying, which is why do we have unfunded positions? I just want to at least have the conversation. What's the difference? Some people get scared that if we get rid of positions, it's going to be that much more of an uphill battle to replace those. I haven't seen that here at this board level, but again, we don't know if any of us will be here 4 years down the road. Just want to put the conversation out there. What would be the difference in unfunding those positions rather than getting rid of those positions, and your thoughts on that?
That's more of an issue, I think, with administration and what that means to overall budget. I do know that the thought of eliminating position has been a sticking point for a lot of people, me too, in the past. For a couple reasons, I think this is a pretty unique situation we're in. And it's pretty simple math for me. I guess I'm a simple guy, but if I have 10 openings that I can't fill, and I have, by eliminating 5, it allows me to maybe fill the 5, that's 5 more than I had before. And that's really what we're looking at. And I have complete faith in the board that if we get to a position where we're fully staffed and our community needs more law enforcement officers, I'll be here again asking for that.
Okay.
Budgetarily, differences between unfunding and removal is just on your position allocation.
And the difficulty of placing it back on the position allocation if it's unfunded or removed?
Any time of the year.
Same basic steps?
It's a standard resolution or at budget time. The difference is if it's unfunded, if you, I'll say randomly, but not truly randomly have extra funding available, you can flip the switch and make it funded. But again, it would require coming back to the board. So either way, it'd be a quick board action to either add or fund the position depending on how it goes. So it's not a huge difference other than what you show on your FTE's position allocation chart.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sheriff. Just said, I know it's not an easy decision or discussion we're having, but obviously support this idea as we're moving forward. You know, the fundamental need of being able to pick up the phone and call for the sheriff's department and have a timely response in the most dangerous time of your lives. That's why you're doing this, or the need is really important. Since I've been on the board going on almost 7 years now, this has been a constant conversation in the community, public safety, and support this idea moving forward. So thank you for bringing it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Try not to take your stuff with my stuff.
Does that change the previous slide for position allocation?
Yeah, I think he does.
So that concludes my presentation for the final recommended budget. So if you have questions.
Are we looking to make those changes today, just because we had a list of all the position allocation changes? Just, no, that'll be coming back to us?
The sheriff one? It would come back.
Okay.
Once everything is set up, once meeting for and everything gets close, I don't.
Oh, that's right, it needs to go through that
It's such
process.
a long process that I don't feel right cutting the positions or unfunding them now.
Okay.
Okay. I will open it up for the public. Do we have any comments in the board chambers or in the Zoom room? And I'm not on Zoom any longer. So Wendy, could you let me know if there's any hands up? Not seeing anyone in the chambers, and, oh, we do have someone, and I also
Great.
did not bring my clock in. So thank you, Wendy.
You throw me on the clock. Uh-oh.
He's got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the board. Kevin Ingram, City Manager with the City of Lakeport. Just speaking directly to the Parks Reserve. You know, I'm very happy with the commitment that all three entities, Clear Lake, Lakeport, and the county have made to the Lake County Risk Reduction Authority. I think we all know that the ask is really high. The feasibility studies that we did do for the two facilities.
Recreation Agency.
What did I say?
RRA.
Oh, gosh.
We didn't get that money. We didn't get that money. Kevin.
Okay, all right. Yeah, if you can throw $3 million to the RRA too, that'd be great too. The Rec Authority, thank you. That, you know, it's a heavy ask. The feasibility studies are extremely high. You know, I think in our meetings, we've noted that, you know, going to the voters and asking for $40 million would be crazy to fund this. You know, I think our goal of trying to get to where we're asking the voters instead for maybe operations seems a little bit more in the ballpark of realistic. So with that, it seems like the natural next step would be to try and get these projects to a spot where we can move forward with design. As you know, if we can get design in place, that certainly makes them much more competitive for other grant availability that's out there that I think could certainly, you know, allow us to continue to chip away at that $40 million ask. Even that, using some very round numbers, you know, $40 million, design usually ends up somewhere in the realm of 15% of total costs. You know, you're looking at $6 million alone just in design for those. And, you know, one of the items that we've talked about is that there certainly is a need to probably look at including some greater amenities in some of the more unincorporated areas and serving those. So if we get to that level where we're asking to get those projects to design level 2, you're maybe looking somewhere in the $8 million position. So, I mean, I think the $3 million is a great there. I'll come with my hat and would encourage your board. I know you have many competing priorities, so I know this is not an easy one, but I think you know, trying to lift that somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 million. Certainly, other areas are going to have to, you know, pull their weight. That includes the city of Lakeport as well. But I think that would get us well, you know, well in the area there. I think $3 million right now represents roughly about 37% of that total design. And the reality of the situation is you guys are certainly the heaviest hitter in the room, representing the greatest population base, and your budget is quite larger than mine. So there it is. There's my pitch. I certainly can answer any questions, but otherwise I will go return to my seat.
Great. Thank you so much. Supervisor Sabatier?
As a question to you, sir, Mr. Ingram, It would be really nice if the committee can submit a letter of proposal to each jurisdiction showing what each share would be, so we know what we're looking at, we know what's being requested specifically, because right now we're seeing big numbers, but I also don't know what is the formula being used. Is it population-based? Is it geographic-based? Is it proximity-based to where those will be? And so having something more specific and a tailored plan ironed out than the proposal in front of us, then I think at that point, I think $3 million is a great place to start. And again, it may not be specifically just to that. It's a little bit nebulous for parks. But then at that point, I'd feel more comfortable saying, yes, this is what we can go ahead and commit to and things like that.
Yep, fair statement. I mean, yeah, I think, we're just getting up and going, and I think that is absolutely a place to be. And, and it is important to remember there are more partners than just the 3 entities. We certainly want to bring those, but at the same time, we are the 3 largest players in that discussion.
Stephen?
So I did have one question, Kevin. On the $5 million or $8 million for the project, is that all in 1 year, or is it over the course of time, or is that not known yet?
The short answer would be it's probably not known yet, but I think the quicker we can get them to design, because even though $40 million is an extremely large number, we know the longer we wait, it just gets larger and larger. So, I think it would be great, as this year's mission, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the full LCRA, just the city of Lakeport. It would be fantastic to get to a position this year where we were putting those projects out to design and then looking at, future grants and pitching them to other various entities as well to start chipping away at that larger cost.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Not seeing anyone in Zoom? No hands up in Zoom.
Yeah, there's one.
There's one? And you're
Well, it went off. Oh, now it's back up.
the participant list?
6205.
Okay, Wendy, can you get the timer ready? Okay, go ahead. I think it's Bart.
Thank you very much. This is Bart Levinson. In the past, these budget presentations have been excellent with visible slides. Not so today. We're seeing very little on the screen and nothing with the sheriff, nothing now. This is so complex and important information. We really need to see the slides and be able to request the images after the budget presentations. Thank you.
Do we have any other hands up? Is that it? Okay, then I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one thing regarding special districts. Just at least wanted to alert the board that I have spoken with Director Harder, and there is some work being done on the infrastructure of the Southeast Seward, not Southeast Seward Treatment Plant, but the infrastructure that brings the sewer to the treatment plant. And there will be things that there's been discussions to enhance the infrastructure within the city of Clear Lake. And those things I don't believe are on the capital asset list. I don't know if they have to be on that list, but it's things that will be coming in the near future.
Okay.
Not sure exactly what that timeline looks like.
Okay. So I know we had a couple adjustments that were made during the meeting here. Do we need to adjust anything in the recommended actions to incorporate them?
Yes.
Okay.
Casey, can you restate the AQMD account numbers and changes? And then I will explain the CDD ones.
Yes, to Budget Unit 8799, increase 1513 by $410, decrease 25 by $410, and decrease 38 by $2,364.
And then moving on to community development planning. In the revenue accounts, 2110, increase it by 83,000. Revenue account 2140, increase by 18,000. Revenue account 6612, increase by 18,000. And then moving down into the appropriations, account 0111, $72,238. 0221, 5,574. 0222, 16,978. Account 0330, $12,042. And then finally, account 0331 for $146. Sorry going into the weeds, but that will also be when you're going for the resolution that there's numbers that will have to be adjusted before signature, so.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if there's no further discussion, I offer the resolution adopting the final recommended budget for fiscal year 23-24 as detailed in the attachments with the included amendments as stated by both staff members in front of me.
Second.
Resolution's been offered.
Sorry.
All right, we're just,
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
yes.
Mine was on.
Now, you gave some numbers. Did we need to go through the specific numbers or just relate back to what was on the screen as far as the position allocation changes?
The one specific change would be adding the principal planner in Budget Unit 27.
In addition to what was listed on the matrix. So I offer the resolution establishing new classifications, the effective date thereof, and amending the position allocation chart for fiscal year 23-24 with what was proposed, including the amendment for CDD.
Resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay. Thank you,
I know, but I was going to second the
finance
rest.
staff and Casey.
Thank you very much, Board.
Congratulations on your first of many budget presentations to come.
Yes.
It's wonderful to work with both of you. Thank you for being so thorough and efficient and for keeping us on track. Yeah. Okay, well, I am delighted that we get to move into our non-timed items now that we've adopted the budget. 7.2, consideration of A, purchase of an animal control box in the amount of $30,776.15, and B, authorize the animal care and control director or his designee to issue a purchase order. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Jonathan Armis, the Director of Animal Control. I believe this box was left off of, we purchased it last fiscal year. We had a really hard time getting a truck in a timely manner. We got a truck this year, so they are waiting for actual payment for that $30,775. So we're just looking today to get approval so that we can re-add it to our budget for missing it on this this fiscal year, last fiscal year to this one, so that we could actually send a payment out.
Okay, great. Any questions? Any questions from the public? Do we have any hands up in Zoom? Okay, then I will bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the purchase of the animal control box from Diamond Truck Body in the amount of $38,184.85 and authorize the animal care and control director or his designee to issue a purchase order.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good.
Go and conquer the box.
B, did you?
I did B, I did them both together.
Oh, you did them both
Am I supposed to do them separate or together is good?
Together is good.
Okay,
We're done.
I knew it.
thank you. 7.3, consideration of proposed agreement between the County of Lake and Placeworks for planning services for general plan and local area plan updates. Community Development Director Turner? It's wonderful
Thank
to see
you.
again.
Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. We are so excited to bring this item to you today, and we will be brief because I know you have places to go. The general plan and local area plans are vital community visioning documents that must be updated on a regular basis. They guide land use planning decisions in our department. We are really excited to launch all of these updates. Many of them have been years in the coming, and so we're excited. Decades, yes. Our department sent out a request for proposals and received 3 proposals. There was unanimous decision to select PlaceWorks as our consultant. I want to add they were not the lowest bidder. However, their bid reflects what I was expecting to see. What I was really hoping to see is PlaceWorks is a planning firm that is renowned in the state. They communicate and help develop policy at the state level as well as local jurisdictional documents like ours. They also embraced my recommendation that we flip the normal order. Instead of doing the general plan first and then filling in with the area plans, in order to have the most robust reflection of the community vision, I wanted to do the area plans first and then the general plan. And PlaceWorks really picked up that ball and they just ran with it. And so we actually plan to have, instead of a robust general plan, we plan to really put the life, the strength into our local area plans. And then whatever is required by law to be in a general plan that may not have been covered yet is going to be in our general plan. And so it's going to be really cool because we're going to get this new synthesis of these community visioning documents that I think will really be very effective tools as we look to who are we now as a community and as a region, and where do we want to go. Skip. Oh, did have a PowerPoint, but let's just not worry about that. We have PlaceWorks staff in the Zoom room ready to speak, to tell you a little bit about their firm and talk about a timeline. I think Johanna was going to get that thing up. And so you can skip my 2 slides and get to their 3 slides.
Can you tell me who in Zoom I'm looking for?
It would be Tanya Sunderberg, I think, would be the one.
Okay, here we go.
Awesome.
Promoting to panelists, and then you want me to pull up the PowerPoint.
Yes, please.
Right?
So while she's doing all of that, let's just talk about the project that they're going to cover. Our general plan has a number of chapters or elements that are required by law. Jurisdictions can also have our own freestanding elements or general plans for areas that are of specific priority, and Lake County does have 4. So that would be a general plan, 4 extra elements, 8 local area plans, and an EIR. And I will hand it over to PlaceWorks.
Thank you, Maria. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And thanks for bringing up this presentation. So good afternoon. My name is Tanya Sundberg, and I'm an associate principal at PlaceWorks. We're really excited about this opportunity to work with Lake County on this super important planning endeavor. Our team also includes Fair & Peers, who provide support on transportation planning and analysis, as well as eCorp Consulting, who provides biological and cultural resources and noise analysis support.
Johanna, would you please move to slide number 4? Next, there you go.
Thank you. So PlaceWorks has a staff of about 120 employees across 6 offices. We have a long history of working in California. It dates back over 45 years. And from the beginning, one of our foundational principles is about the integration, the importance of integrating all these different disciplines that relate to planning, and bring that all into a kind of greater whole. So our service areas include comprehensive planning, environmental review, urban design, landscape architecture, community outreach, and GIS. And then we have more specialized practice areas under each of those umbrellas. And so we have this multidisciplinary approach that emphasizes collaboration, both internally within our team and then externally with the clients and our clients' partners, also with community members and stakeholders. And so meaningful outreach, engagement, and communication are really all core to our work. And we're constantly learning. We're responding to new and complex regulations, adapting to economic and environmental changes. And so we're embracing those as new opportunities and challenges to learn, and we adapt and grow. So next slide, please. So we are a leader in California for general plan preparation. We've worked on over 100 general plans across the state. I wanted to highlight a little of our recent county general plan experience, starting with the Butte County General Plan. That was we prepared a comprehensive update for the Butte County General Plan in 2010. And then more recently, we updated that to help the county rebuild and recover from some local disasters, including the 2018 Camp Fire and the 2020 North Complex Fire. So we're really working through that plan to help create a more resilient future for the county. We also recently worked with Placer County to update their health and safety element, also to build resilience and respond to state requirements. And we're also scheduled to go before their Board of Supervisors at the end of this month to consider awarding a contract to PlaceWorks for a full general plan update as well. So we're continuing to work in that county on the full update. We're all underway right now with a general plan update for Contra Costa County. That's a comprehensive update to their general plan. And one thing that's really interesting about Contra Costa County is how diverse all of the county is and the unincorporated communities throughout the county. So we are working at a real community scale within this large county. So we have community scale policy guidance for communities ranging from North Richmond at the very western edge of the county, is very urban, lots of transit and high density development, all the way out to Byron, which is in the east part of the county, a very rural agriculture community. So that's a really exciting project. And then as a last highlight, we prepared a countywide plan for San Bernardino County. That's an online web-based plan, establishes a countywide vision, and it's considered as complete county plan that covers all county government services for San Bernardino. So next slide, please. Just last here in the presentation, I wanted to give an overview of what we anticipate for the Lake County General Plan update and local area plans update. It is a 3-year schedule. So the first year will be focused on project initiation, preparing and getting ready for all of the engagement over the course of the project. We'd be holding initial meetings with the Planning Commission and this Board of Supervisors. And then we'd be also initiating coordination with other government agencies while doing some background research and review. Also in that first year, we'd get through the preparation of the draft countywide elements, including health and safety, noise, geothermal, agricultural resources, and water resources. And then in that first year, we'd also be, we will have initiated the local area plans update. We're holding a round of in-person community meetings in each of the 8 area plans. We'd be talking to community members to learn about the issues that are important in their community, and then considering alternative approaches to addressing those issues for the local area plans to address. And so then in the second year, we'd be completing the work to prepare the local area plans and starting the environmental impact report analysis. And then finally in year 3, we'll be completing the draft environmental impact report, receiving comments, and then preparing the final EIR, concluding with adoption hearings and preparation of the final plans. So that's a summary of our overall process, and I'll turn it back to Maria.
Thank you very much. One last thing. The funding for this project is based largely due to the support of the supervisors in approving the increase in the ARPA funds. 1.6 comes from that. The remaining funds come from the LEAP and REAP grants, which are local and regional early action planning grants. We have arranged some of our timeline to meet different grant deadlines, but it's super exciting to have full funding for this project. So thank you very much. We're ready to take any questions.
We are just so excited to be kicking off on this priority that's been at the top of our list for a long, long time. So thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Supervisor Green?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the contract. I'm seeing some mismatch on the exhibits. referenced on the first page of that. Exhibit A definitions, so I don't see a definitions, so all the others appear to be misnumbered. So scope of services looks to be Exhibit A and stuff like that. So it looks like just some housekeeping needs to be done in the contract itself. And one reason I was looking for the scope of services was I like seeing excited planners, but I thought we were doing an update to two elements of the general plan. Safety and housing, I think, were the ones on our to-do list that the state is most upset with us. Have we gone bigger and bolder than that?
Thank you. That's a great question, because when I first came back, when I first started, safety and housing were at the top of our list. There was legislation passed recently that when we went to HCD to ask about the deadline for the housing element, they said, you're fine. You don't have to turn in an updated sixth cycle by September of this year, which we thought. So we're now on the normal schedule for the seventh cycle of housing element. So that is later. We are looking for, it's due to the state by 2027, I think. So we are looking for funding for that.
So then coach me a little bit about this contract for the umbrella general plan, but then if element updates come later, for example, I heard the word agriculture, I was excited about that. I want the agriculture element to be updated, if only so we can look at cumulative impacts, combined cannabis, stuff like that. So help educate me then. This is the umbrella master plan, not drilling down into the elements necessarily.
So far, this is everything with the exclusion of the housing element. And as soon as we secure grant funding for that housing element, we'll probably bring back a request for an amendment of the agreement to add that back in. But it would include safety element. That's one of our top priorities. And inside that safety element is the climate vulnerability analysis and the county-wide evacuation plan. And so that is included in this. The other, as well as the four specific ones that are Lake County priorities. The agriculture one, geothermal resources, our water resources that covers our lake. I can never remember all four. And then that other one, aggregate resource management plan that regulates the removal of resources from our quarries and our streams.
Was it cultural resources too?
Cultural resources goes throughout that theme. Yeah, we don't have a specific one for that.
Okay. All right.
And I'm happy to talk to you.
So again, we're other than the lettering changes on the exhibits, you're confident the scope of work adequately describes what we're doing here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, and reading the proposals from PlaceWorks, that covers everything that we've been discussing and looking at the timeline. I just wanted to mention something since you brought it up, wanted to make sure that there was at least one comment made about it. Through specific RFP process, we're definitely supposed to go with the lowest cost that comes through us. For this, that is not the case. We are looking for quality. We want this to be for the lack of a better term, the constitution of how we move forward over the course of the next 20 years. And so we want to make sure we do this right, that we do this with not just brevity and efficiency, but with the quality work we need to ensure the further development of this county in the future. So while it may not be the lowest that you received in your proposals, I am in absolute approval that we need to make sure that we hire the best of what was proposed to us so that we can move forward knowing that those documents are really going to be able to support us as we move forward in the future. So I just wanted to make a comment on that.
Thank you. All right. Public comment? Anyone in the Zoom room? Do we have any hands up? Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the board for action.
I just want to go back.
There's a hand up in the board in the Zoom room. Sorry, it's Betsy. One moment.
Okay. And do you have your timer?
And I just got to go back. I don't see Exhibit D.
Okay, just a moment. Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I just have one question, which is when CDD Director Turner started this presentation, she described the changes to the process where the area plans would be first. I want to know if the slide presented by the consultant reflects that in the terms of the 3-year steps. I just want to be sure that's integrated.
Yeah. And, yeah, go ahead and answer.
If I heard correctly, that was the local area plans coming first?
Right, and she wanted to make sure that the slide that was presented correlated, and if you look at the timeline in the proposal, it also shows.
Yes, year one would be working on the drafts, reaching out to the local area plans. Year two is preparing those drafts and getting those approved. Yes.
And there's much more detailed timelines in the
Yes.
lengthy proposal.
Yes.
That is attached to the agenda. Okay. All right, Supervisor Green.
Actually, I'm missing two exhibits, D and E.
Did I only upload one attachment? Because
Lloyd?
Yes, if I may. I believe Exhibit D would be the proposal for services, which is attached in the agenda item packet.
Except it's just identified as attachment 1, but it's attachment D.
Right. And Exhibit E would be the cost proposal, also attached in the agenda item packet. If your board wishes to do so, it could make the corrections or amendments reflected on just Section 1 to make it consistent with the other pages in the document. Section 1 of the agreement, wherein the last sentence of that Section 1 would state that in the event of a conflict in or inconsistency between the terms of this agreement and Exhibit A, scope of services, Exhibit B, fiscal provisions, Exhibit C, compliance provisions, and Exhibit D, proposal for services, and Exhibit E, cost proposal, the agreement shall prevail. With that amendment, that should make it consistent with the other sections of the agreement and its exhibits.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Simon? You had your... Okay.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you point out what the scope of services is called out in the RFP?
could you reword that question? I'm not sure I understood what you were asking.
Well, he's citing to a cost breakdown apparently within this 92-page RFP document. And if we're relying on that, I guess I'd like to take a look at it real quick. What?
I have it. I would be happy to hand it to you. Or I would be happy to give it to Wendy.
And that's on the cost proposal?
Well, that would be Exhibit E, the cost proposal, but the scope of services appears to be many, many pages within the RFP document.
Right.
Well, it's a big project.
Yeah.
And it is, it starts on page 27.
Indeed.
All right, so if I can just suggest amending the
Did you have
contract.
a chance to review it? It's been on the agenda last 2 weeks.
There is a summary also just on page 28 that does describe it in a neat, tidy table.
Just want clarity that everyone's happy with the form of the contract and all the exhibits are solid.
Indeed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for action. Mr. Simon?
Yeah, now they made amendments that I don't remember all of them, so I'm going to go to, so I move to approve the agreement between the County of Lake and Placeworks for planning service and general plan and local area plans updates with the amendments that were suggested today in an amount not to exceed 1.888.94, $1,888,954, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Yay!
Yes.
Yes, can't wait.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Okay, 7.4, consideration of Amendment 1 to the agreement with Core Design Group for facility design services for the Behavioral Health Clear Lake Facility Expansion Project. Behavioral Health. I'm sorry, Public Services. Behavioral Health is here. Thank you, Lars.
Of course. All right, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I guess that's on. There we go. So this is a carryover from last week. It was contingent upon the approval of the budget. Currently, the Behavioral Health Department has, the Public Services is managing this project on behalf of Behavioral Health. So any questions that are budget related or operation related, I'll defer to Behavioral Health. But in summary, this project has been underway, under design for a little less than a year. They've completed what's commonly called the schematic design phase. During that design phase, they come up with the program for the project, and that program has identified the need for additional modifications to the existing building above and beyond what was originally scoped out, along with a larger expansion area. So the proposal that we requested of the design firm is to complete that work. The memo summarizes some of it, but in short, it's additional work to the existing facility, improvements, and then a larger expansion area. So happy to answer any other questions. And if Elise is here, I believe she is, then she can hopefully help me out with some of the more need-based questions.
Supervisor Sabatier.
So originally, when this came to us, I had some issues with it. This is the amendment to that original one. So I'm going to move forward with it. Just have a couple of questions. I know that there's the expansion. Is there a plan to maybe repaint the whole building, or just kind of make sure everything matches? It's not just an expansion, it's also kind of doing maintenance on the original part of the building as well?
Yes, there's a lot. The existing building is in need of some TLC. So that's the broad sum of it. Whether painting is specifically included in there, I don't know. That would be a relatively minor cost in the overall project. But it's the majority of the improvements for the existing building are electrical, mechanical. That's really the driver for the additional costs, along with some site access needs. There was no topography survey that was envisioned. So that needs to be done to get access. But if you're specifically asking about painting, which I think that was more of an example. But yes, that sort of stuff would need to be done.
I just know that with the infrastructure upgrades that just occurred in that area, it kind of stands out a little bit. So it would be nice if we can make sure to finish the whole thing when we finish this. Part of my issue that I had originally was the use of our opioid settlements for the actual construction of it. I know that we are using that as a leverage to use it as 10% matching and getting 90% paid for through the state. So I'm going to move forward with that in favor, but really hope that we can have a large total accumulation of what our opioid settlement looks like prior to spending more money, just so that we have a master plan of what we're doing with that. I'm not going to call this a piecemeal. I think this is still a good thing. And we're using the money to leverage more, so it's not like we're just spending money. But I just wanted to put that out there because I think it's important for us to look at the big picture of this settlement and make sure that we utilize it for the best of our needs. And I am speaking to behavioral health and the board, not to you as public services.
I felt like a window there, so I'm happy to have that go behind me. Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Any comments from the public? Anybody in the Zoom room? Okay. Bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve Amendment 1 to the agreement with COAR Design Group for facility design services for the Behavioral Health Clear Lake Facility Expansion Project.
And authorize the chair to sign.
And authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lars. 7.5, sitting as Kelseyville County Waterworks District Number 3 Board of Directors. Consideration of A, waiving the competitive bid process per section 238-4, cooperative purchases of the county code, and B, approving the purchase of a Ford F-550 service truck for KCWWD number 3, and authorize special districts administrator, assistant, purchasing agent to sign the purchase request. Director
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The next three items that are before you from my department for your attention are items that were in process prior to preliminary budget, and so they didn't make it into that. So we had to wait till final budget approval to bring these capital items to you. As you summarized, this is for a replacement service truck for our Kelseyville area. It's a cooperative purchase. It's purchased off the state contract, and we would ask that the board would consider waiving the competitive bid process and approving the purchase order and authorize me to sign it.
Okay. Comments from the board?
So moved.
Comments from the public? Anyone in Zoom? Back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, since it's in your district area, I move to approve the waiving of the competitive bidding process per Section 2-38.4, cooperative purchases of the county code, and B, approve the purchase of a Ford F-550 service truck for KCWWD number 3, and authorize the Special Districts Administrator/Assistant Purchasing Agent to sign the purchase request.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 7.6, sitting as the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors, consideration of A, waiving the competitive bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-38-4, cooperative processes. B, authorizing Special Districts Administrator/Assistant Purchasing Agent to issue a purchase order not to exceed $79,000 to Garton Tractors for the purchase of a four-wheel drive ROPS tractor. Director Harder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this item is before you for your consideration. This is a capital budget purchase for a tractor to help with maintenance around our southeast treatment plant, ditch maintenance, mowing, etc. Cooperative purchase through Sourcewell, here for your consideration.
Questions or comments? Any public input? Anyone in Zoom? Bring it back to the board for action.
This one? All right. So I'll go ahead and motion to, let's see, waive. Yeah, sorry, I have it right here. All right. Motion to waive the competitive bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-38.4, cooperative purchases, and authorize Special Districts Administrator Assistant Purchasing Agent to issue a purchase order not to exceed $79,000 to Garton Tractors for the purchase of a four-wheel drive ROPS tractor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 7.7, sitting as the Lake County Sanitation District Board of Directors, consideration of A, waiving the competitive bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 238.4, cooperative purchases, and B, authorizing Special Districts Administrator Assistant Purchasing Agent to issue a purchase order not to exceed $550,000 to Owen Equipment for the purchase of a Vector 2100i truck. Director Harder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for an additional Vector for our fleet. This is some larger equipment. This is a smaller version of something we've already got, which will allow it to be more maneuverable. But we use it for sewer line cleaning. We use it for vacuum excavation, so we can dig down without having to worry about hitting buried power lines, cables, etc. It's a safe way for our staff to get out there and address sewer spills, water leaks in the middle of the night in emergency situations. This, again, is a cooperative purchase through Sourcewell and through Owen Equipment and the local dealer here in California.
Okay, thank you. Any comments? Public input? Zoom room? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I motion to waive the competitive bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-38.4, cooperative purchases, and authorize Special Districts Administrator Assistant Purchasing Agent to issue a purchase order not to exceed $550,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you,
Thank you very
Director
much.
Harder. Okay. We'll go to our consent items. 5.4 was pulled for a future date. 5.8, Supervisor Sabatier.
So do you want to read it?
Yeah, I gotta get there. Approve agreement between the County of Lake and Resource Development Associates for consultation and support in community program planning, CPP, process for fiscal years 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025, 2025 to 2026 in the amount of $310,920 and authorize the board chair to sign.
So it is my opinion, in speaking with admin as well, that this requires either a waiving of the bidding or to go through the bidding process. And since there is no Part A of waiving the bidding, that this might need to come back with that written into the headline of the item.
Okay, so continue this. Bring it back.
Yes, we can bring it back with a revised title and request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 510 was pulled by community members who are no longer here, so I will just read it. Approve the continuation of the proclamation declaring a shelter crisis urgency due to the current need for sheltering for those experiencing homelessness during the weather and temperature patterns that the County of Lake has been experiencing. Yes. Sure.
And while she's walking up, Supervisor Green and myself do plan to review this to make sure it's updated for the right reasons for continuing the crisis, the shelter crisis. It was originally intended because of the need of a warming shelter. We kind of went through the summer without updating it or anything like that, and so want to make sure that it's relevant to the needs of today. And so please do expect a revision of this for the next time when the 30 days are up.
Okay. Director Jones?
Thank you so much, Director Elise Jones of Behavioral Health. This isn't specific to the continuation of the emergency proclamation. However, I just want to note on record publicly for everybody that the emergency shelter is not scheduled to close. While we are looking at, and we went out to request for proposals for a new provider of those services. We're currently in negotiations. We anticipate no break in services. We at no time expect the doors to close. There is no funding issue. There is no issue, in my professional opinion, that would prevent the warming shelter from continuing to operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input?
Thank you for those statements.
Anyone in the Zoom room? Bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the continuation of the proclamation declaring a shelter crisis urgency due to the current need of sheltering for those experiencing homelessness during the weather and temperature patterns that the County of Lake has been experiencing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, and clearly Lars left for that. They did it after he left. 5.2 was pulled by a community member who is no longer here. Approve continuation of proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to pervasive tree mortality. If there's no comments from the board and no comments from there's no one in the chambers, anyone in Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve continuation of proclamation of the existence of a local emergency due to pervasive tree mortality.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 519. Adopt resolution authorizing the applications for grant funds through the FAA Airport Improvement Program and designating the Public Works Director as the county's authorized representative. And we've got Director De Leon.
Yes, good afternoon, board. Thank you very much. We had to pull this item to add a third resolution to the resolution. There will be it's basically the same with the addition of number 3, which reads ratifies the September 15th, 2023 signed acceptance by the sponsor's official representative of the Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Fiscal Year 2023 Airport Improvement Program AIP Grant Agreement. I see it there on the screen. So the modified resolution has point number 3, and your recommended action is basically the same, with the words as modified added to the end. So we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions?
Nope.
Anyone in the Zoom room? No? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move the Board of Supervisors offer the resolution as amended.
The resolution's been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes. Okay, 5.20. approve the purchase order for the purchase of 1 vehicle for the central garage fleet and 3 capital assets for the road department, and authorize the Public Works Director / Assistant Purchasing Agent to sign the purchase orders. Was this pulled by you?
Yes, I had pulled it because I wasn't exactly sure on what the total amount was and the number of items, and I believe that Director De Leon has that broken down for us, so we can go ahead and move forward with the motion.
You bet. And let me provide you with your recommended action. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve purchase orders for the following items. 1 2023 Ford F-150 4x4 pickup for the central garage fleet to Downtown Ford, utilizing the State of California contract in the amount of $36,798.63. 2 Fecon masticator heads for the Road Division of Public Works to Pape Machinery in the amount of $59,416.50, and 1 Boss VTX snowplow for the Road Division of Public Works to D&D Equipment Sales in the amount of $12,694.06. And authorize the Public Works Director / Assistant Purchasing Agent to sign the purchase orders.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments? Anybody in the Zoom room? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I make a motion matching the exact statement provided by Director De Leon.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And we have our calendars, but I will just ask if we can continue that for this week because we have to get on the road, if that's okay with everybody. For disclosure, myself and Supervisor Crandall and staff members have to drive to Monterey, and we have to get going. So we can do calendars tomorrow or next week and get all caught up. Not tomorrow, next week.
For the annual RCRC.
The annual RCRC meeting. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will now move into closed session. We have 3 items. 8.1, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interviews for Chief Public Defender and appoint Chief Public Defender. 8.2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, interviews for Interim Health Services Director, appointment of Interim Health Services Director. And 8.3, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E1, one potential case. So thank you for joining us today, and we will go into closed session. Was there any action taken out of closed session?
Yes, Madam Chair. There was action to be taken out of closed session. Actually, I have 2 motions. The first one is I move to appoint Raymond Buenaventura as Chief Public Defender effective October 16, 2023 at $184,225.60 annually.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Madam Chair, I have a second motion. I'd like to move to ratify the September 12, 2023 appointment of Susan Parker as Interim Health Services Director.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and this meeting is adjourned.